This again, 30 seconds.
Welcome to a glorious day here in Bergen, to the discussion forum 22nd July at 10, Commemoration and Commitment. I'm very grateful to the University of Bergen for hosting this event and for co-organizing it with the Center for Analysis of the Radical Right and the Khalifa Ihler Institute. We have 3 days here packed with discussions involving global stakeholders to fight against terrorism and radical right extremism. The program today, we start with a welcome address by Professor Margaret Hagen, who's the rector at the University of Bergen, and Ms. Lubna Jaffrey, who's the acting head of the City Council of Bergen. We will then proceed with an academic panel of experts from University of Bergen here today, and a keynote by Björn Ihler, who is the director of Khalifa Ihler. There will also be a commemorative event with musical contributions, poetry, address by the mom of a victim of Utøya. And before we finish tonight, we'll also hear speeches from the Minister of Foreign Affairs here in Norway, and we'll hear a speech from the Prime Minister of New Zealand's Special Rep on Cyber and Digital, Christchurch Call and Cyber Coordinator. I'll say a bit more about each individual presenter before they speak, but without further ado, I hand over to Professor Hagen.
Thank you. I would like to welcome everyone to the University of Bergen and to this university aula. And thank you so much for inviting me to address this international forum on extremism and global counter-reformism after 20th of July. 10 years have passed since the appalling attack at the government quarter and the defenseless young people on Utøya. That dark Friday damaged life and communities, and there are many who still carry heavy grief and remembrance of those who passed away. Here too, at our university, we remembered earlier this summer a dear student who was robbed of his life far too early that day. The terrorist attack on 20th of July raised questions about online radicalization and destructive lone wolf actors motivated by radical right extremist ideologies. And we know that several others were unfortunately inspired by the actions of the terrorists. The debate about how to prevent radical right extremist terrorism, therefore, needs to be elevated to a global level. The topic to be discussed in the next few days is compelling and highly relevant. How can we prevent terrorist manifestos from spreading openly on the internet, or terrorist groups that from communicating unrestrained? What practical and ethical challenges will such regulations face? How do we combine fight against terrorism with respect for freedom and of expression and human rights? How can we strengthen democratizations and a culture of knowledge in the public sphere and limit the influence of dangerous closed echo chambers? We hope the next 3 days will help us to find answers to some of these questions. The interactions between governments and local authorities, civil society and academia to tackle this work in a global context is crucial to achieving success. As a large academic institution, we wish to accept our share of this responsibility. In taking on this role as facilitator of a high-level international summit and discussion forum, we are also framing the discussion throughout by contributing to some of the University of Bergen's leading research environments and experience. We know that the challenges before this forum will not be solved without serious research and knowledge. I wish you the very best of luck with this forum, and I hope for fruitful discussions that can point forward to real solutions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Hagen. Can I invite Ms. Lubna Jaffrey up to the lectern, please?
Dear everyone, on behalf of the City of Bergen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 22nd of July at 10 conference. This year, 10 years after the terrorist attacks in Oslo and Utøya, and as we commemorate the loss of 77 fellow human beings, some of them close friends of mine, I am glad to see that extremism is on the international agenda. Although 10 years has passed since that tragic day, we still need more knowledge, more discussions, and more collaboration to understand and to fight extremism. Extremism is not a problem that is solved by one unifying answer, but rather many answers and many measures. Different cases require different approaches at different times. As researchers, civil society, and elected representatives, we need to work together across generations if we are to tackle the root of extremism. Fighting extremism is not only important for our safety and our society. Fighting extremism is also vital for a functioning and flourishing democracy. And as former Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg said in the days after the 22nd of July terrorist attacks, our answer to violence is more democracy, more humanity, but never naivety. Being able to participate in our democracy is not only important for us as individuals, but also important for democracy itself. Without active citizens, policies won't be as good as they can be. And by extension, bad policies can harm trust in the political process, politicians, and the democracy itself. Another vital part of our democracy is the ability to have an open dialogue and discussions, where arguments are met by arguments. In many ways, the internet and social media have helped in that regard, allowing more voices to be heard. But at the same time, it has also been created online echo chambers where extremism views are allowed to grow. Dealing with social media is only one of many important questions this conference will discuss. I am glad to see that in keeping with Bergen traditions, as the city that looks outwards towards the world for inspiration and collaboration, there is a great diversity in both topics and participants at this conference. I would have liked to greet you all in Bergen, in person. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, that's not possible. I wish you all the best of luck with the coming conference and the best of luck in the continuing fight against extremism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jaffrey, for your important speech there. We are going to proceed with the academic panel immediately. We are lucky to have three academics here from three different departments at Bergen who are going to talk on understanding and countering radical right extremism based on their own research. So we have Professor Erik Tonning from the Department of Foreign Languages. We have Professor Elisabeth Iverspraten from the Department of Administration and Organization Theory. And we have Professor Christoph Trattner from the Department of Information Science and Media Studies. The first academic to speak is Professor Erik Tonning. He is a professor of literature and culture, and he is going to talk on terrorism and apocalypse, interpreting and countering radical right ideology and terrorism through humanities scholarship. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say thank you as organizer here as well, starting with Margaret as rector for her tremendous support in preparing this event. And thank you also to the councillor who greeted us. Thank you to the research groups who have been involved and the researchers from the University of Bergen and in this panel, and also in the workshops that we'll be hosting tomorrow. Okay, so terrorism and apocalypse, interpreting and countering radical right ideology and terrorism through humanities scholarship. In order to counteract radical right terrorism, we need the tools to interpret it. We need to know what kind of thing it is and how it works. And for this task, humanities scholarship is indispensable. In this talk, I want to focus on two key elements. First of all, radical right extremism is frequently based on an apocalyptic construction of reality. Apocalypticism involves a belief in a great war or conflict of cosmic, mythical proportions. For the believer, this stretches far back into the past, but is approaching a climactic phase in the present, where all the signs become intensely meaningful as the expectation of a great violent cleansing, followed by regeneration and renewal approaches. Apocalyptic movements have been traced in all cultures through recorded human history. In Richard Landy's broad comparative study shown here, for example, the earliest example is the reign of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten, about 1360 to 1347 BCE. Well, a common feature in Landy's words is, of apocalyptic movements is that for people who have entered apocalyptic time, everything quickens, enlivens, coheres. They become semiotically aroused, and this is a phrase I want you to remember, semiotically aroused. Everything has meaning, patterns. The smallest incident can have an immense importance and open the way to an entirely new vision of the world, one in which forces unseen by other mortals operate. Apocalyptic warriors live with cosmic salvation before them, just beyond their grasp. So that's my first point about the apocalyptic construction of reality. And the second is that the radical right's apocalyptic worldview, more specifically, centers on the perceived cultural and spiritual superiority of entangled constructions such as Europeanness, the West, the white race, the Nordic or Aryan or Anglo-Saxon race, depending on which context we're talking about, often with individual nations or peoples championed as chosen carriers of a superior racial cultural heritage. And to complicate things even further, these constructions are often also intimately bound up with assessments of Christianity, including historical versions of Christendom, as well as Christianity's contemporary influence. The assessment is positive, where Christianity is seen as a symbol or carrier of such cultural, racial, spiritual superiority, but negative or mixed, where Christianity is seen as hindering or obscuring it. The kind of Christianity that's approved or despised thus gives us interpretative clues to exactly which type of radical right extremism we are dealing with. What I want to show in this paper is that recognizing these two elements within radical right ideology provides a clear and practical example of what humanities scholarship, training, and education can contribute to the task this conference sets before us, namely a multi-actor, multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary global commitment to counteracting radical right extremist terrorism. And I would like to put my case very strongly here. Without a central role for humanities education and scholarship, this effort cannot succeed. We need to be able to proactively interpret the stories told, the signs and symbols evoked, and the apocalypses foretold by these semiotically aroused groups and individuals. We need to be able to recognize the features of an apocalyptic worldview when we see it, including its inner coherence and logic, which is often strange to outsiders, but ultimately perfectly comprehensible with sufficient and precise information. We need to grasp the historical background and the actual sources employed by radical right extremists in constructing apocalyptic histories of threatening decline and oppression versus redemption through violence and war. And we need to be able to challenge these in detail. We need comparative tools that can successfully distinguish superficially similar extremisms. And we need to recognize how certain sets of ideas and influences are repeated again and again over time. So by way of beginning to justify some of these claims that I've made so far, I'd like to ground my reflections here a little bit in an example from my own path into this field. My own area of expertise is modernism, experimental and sometimes obscure literature, art and music of the early to mid-20th century. But how can modernist scholarship provide insight into right-wing extremism and terrorism? Well, the most straightforward answer is that the modernist period is also the period of the birth of fascism and Nazism through to the Second World War. And one of the most prominent theorists of fascism, the historian Roger Griffin, has directly connected modernism and fascism in an important study that you can see on the slide there. In Griffin's influential definition, generic fascism as an ideology, beyond the original historic fascist movement, is driven by what he calls palingenesis, quote, projects of national, social, racial, or cultural cleansing or rebirth. This myth of the rebirth, cleansing, radical renewal of the imagined national, social, racial, or cultural community is connected with a powerful sense of current threat, dissolution, oppression, or decadence in the modern world, a threat that requires some kind of revolutionary confrontation and resolution. And Griffin also explicitly links this mythic structure with apocalyptic thought. So what Griffin does in modernism and fascism then is to extend this apocalyptic idea of from decadence to rebirth beyond fascism to analyze the whole cultural movement of modernism. And this is a perspective that I've taken on board and I'm very interested in. But my own perspective also, while building on this, also argues that Griffin ignores the intrinsic relationship of modernism to the Christian culture in which it arose. So this is from my own book. The sense of a beginning described by Griffin necessarily involved as well some definite stance on the past, present, and future of Christianity in Western culture. The very idea of an epochal cultural transformation at this time would necessarily involve some confrontation with the still dominant religion and cultural paradigm of the West. How was the Christian past to be assessed? Was it worth preserving, or should it be overcome once and for all? How to relate to Christianity's present influence both socially and individually, and did it have a future? Whatever the answer, these questions could not be overlooked by modernists. So that's my way into this field, and you'll recall my earlier reference to being better able to understand the structure of particular radical right extremist ideologies according to their precise takes on Christianity. And now you know where that is coming from. This approach provides, I think, a direct path to analyzing what precise kind of apocalyptic history of the West, its decadence and its hope of renewal, is being proposed by any one extremist group. Christianity is hardly ever overlooked by right-wing extremists either, even when they are hostile to it. They are too deeply invested in apocalyptic histories for indifference to be an option here. So let me take one example that unites literary modernism and right-wing extremist ideology in one individual. Meet Ezra Pound, one of the central modernist poets whose cantos remains one of the most influential sequences of experimental poetry ever written. He was also instrumental in the career of a host of other writers, including James Joyce, T.S. Eliot, W.B. Yeats, Hilda Doolittle, and Wyndham Lewis. In the 1930s, living in Rapallo, Italy, he threw himself into Mussolini's fascist revolution ever more actively, and as European war was approaching, also supported Hitler's Germany, echoing Nazi rhetoric and verbal attacks on what he saw as Jewish usurers. During the war, he broadcast hundreds of violent propaganda speeches for Rome radio. Nor did the collapse of these regimes and his own imprisonment for treason after the war change his mind. From his confinement in St. Elizabeth's Hospital for the Criminally Insane in Washington, D.C., he managed to recruit and influence a number of American extremists to his cause, some of whom, like John Casper and Eustace Mullins, committed post-war hate crimes and encouraged terrorism. And here is Ezra Pound intoning part of his Canto 45 with Usura.
With Usura hath no man a house of good stone, each block cut smooth and well-fitting, that delight might cover their face. With Usura, sin against nature, is thy bread evermore of stale rags, is thy bread dry as paper, with no mountain wheat, no strong flour. Stone cutter is kept from his stone, weaver is kept from his loom with Usura, wool comes not to market, sheep bringeth no gain with Usura. Usura is a murrain, Usura blunteth the needle in the maid's hand and stoppeth the spinner's cunning. Usura slayeth the child in the womb, it stayeth the young man's courting. It hath brought palsy to bed, lieth between the young bride and her bridegroom, contra naturam.
So Pound's path to extremism was initially economic, and he came to believe that the Jews as usurers were part of an international conspiracy of bankers and arms dealers. In this poem, usura becomes a mythical absolute evil, a murrain and a canker, a corrupter of mankind, of sexuality, of art, of the earth, of true religion, of a healthy body politic. But Pound is also outlining a long history of corruption, a history of decline and decadence, as opposed to the creativity, beauty, and natural goodness and fertility he associates with certain periods and individuals in European history. What is needed, thinks Pound, is to effect the renewal and rebirth of what he calls the European religion. We want a European religion, he says, in 1939, October 1939, in a magazine called The Aryan Path. We want a European religion. Christianity is verminous with Semitic infections. What we really believe is the pre-Christian element, which Christianity has not stamped out. The only Christian festivals having any vitality are welded to sun festivals, the spring solstice, the Corpus, and St. John's Eve, registering the turn of the sun, the crying of LIGO in Lithuania, the people rushing down into the sea in Rapallo and Easter morning, the gardens of Adonis carried to church on the Thursday. So what he's seeking is a kind of neo-paganism, which he claims Christianity has in some periods harbored and supported in Mediterranean Catholic areas due to the maintenance of traditional rites and festivals, supposedly surviving from an older era. But in this text, at least, Christianity itself is condemned as a body that is verminous with Semitic infections. You can see here for yourselves the kind of language he was using at this time. For Pound, the monotheistic ethics of the Old Testament were too closely grafted onto Christianity, and so Christianity would need to be purged completely. Despite this, there was a certain period also in the 1930s where he sought allies among the Catholic hierarchy and more generally tried to recruit Christians to fascism and the Axis. To do so, he used the historic teaching of the Church against usury as a conceptual basis for making common cause against the Jews as the ultimate enemy. So we find a note of ambivalence in Pound in some periods, with some supposedly authentically European elements seen as surviving within Christianity and hopes of tactical alliances with Christians against a common enemy. All right. Now let's fast forward to two other self-described Europeans, the terrorists Anders Behring Breivik and the 2019 Christchurch shooter Brenton Tarrant, whose crimes will form the backdrop of our discussions in this forum. They both see European identity as threatened by both an outside enemy, Islam and Muslims, and an inside one, cultural Marxists, multiculturalists, or globalist elites who traitorously aid and abet the enemy. Here are a few quotations from both terrorists' manifestos which give the flavor of this obsession. It is our duty as Europeans to prevent the annihilation of our identities, our cultures and traditions, and our nation states. Cultural Marxism defines all minorities as victims, Muslims, feminist women, homosexuals, and some additional minority groups as virtuous, and they view the ethnic Christian European men as evil. We, the free indigenous peoples of Europe, hereby declare a preemptive war on all cultural Marxists / multicultural elites of Western Europe. Similarly, Tarrant, the origins of my language is European, my culture is European, my political beliefs are European, my philosophical beliefs are European, my identity is European, and most importantly, and no surprise there, my blood is European. Why did he carry out the attack? To avenge those European men and women lost in the constant and never-ending wars of European history who died for their lands, died for their people, and so on and so on. So crucially, since the enemy of the Europeans in Breivik and Tarrant is not the Jew but the Muslim, they are not faced quite with Pound's problem of having to define precisely what elements within the European Christian heritage may or may not be tainted with Semitism and which are not. Instead, their construction of the apocalyptic battle lines across Western history until the present can be more straightforward in a way. It's Islam versus the West all the way through 1400 years of history. In that sense, it's very much as if we must be Christian, more or less, because they are Muslim. There are two major symbolic moments in this alleged centuries-old conflict for both of them. Tarrant was, of course, influenced directly by Breivik. There's the Crusades and the 1683 Battle of Vienna, where the advance of the Ottoman Empire was checked. And of course, Breivik's pompous self-representation as a kind of modern-day Knights Templar is well known. And in Tarrant's manifesto, one of his calls to action comes after quoting Pope Urban II's speech from the 1095 Council of Clermont, calling for the First Crusade. Let the fire of our repentance raise up the holy war, and the love of our brethren lead us into combat. Let our lives be stronger than death to fight against the enemies of the Christian people. And Tarrant has a section in his manifesto called To Christians, and encourages them to ask yourself, what would Pope Urban II do? Christianity is figured in these texts as the perpetual target of Muslim aggression everywhere, so that the terrorist actions are legitimized as part of an ongoing war that supposedly threatens the white Europeans' very existence. Accordingly, it's not values such as Christ's meekness or passive suffering or the love of enemies that are invoked here, but rather points in Christian history where the Christian message has been most intensely politicized and weaponized. While these two terrorists speak of the sacredness of their own self-appointed mission, sometimes using biblical language and allusions, there is also a case to be made that they share Ezra Pound's primarily strategic or tactical conception of the uses of Christianity, aligning with it only insofar as it bolsters their defense of a supposedly besieged European identity. Breivik was explicit about this advertising dimension, and there are signs that his alignment with Christianity was more important to his propaganda than his personal faith. He admitted having faith only to a very limited and occasional degree, connected mainly with a sense of God's role being to bless the war he had thought he had started. And later on, he expressed contempt for Jesus Christ as a figure of weakness, converting instead to national socialism with a neo-pagan commitment to the ancient Norse gods. And a similar caginess about faith commitment can be found in Tarrant's manifesto. Where are you a Christian, he says, that is complicated. When I know, I will tell you. I, for one, will not be waiting at the edge of my seat. My point here is that a Christian faith commitment is not necessarily required to construct an apocalyptic narrative of perpetual war between so-called ethnic Christian Europeans and Islam. Nonetheless, investigating exactly how the history and idea of an embattled Christian identity is being constructed can be an instant diagnostic tool in approaching radical right ideologies. So I now want to kind of illustrate the wide spectrum that this diagnostic tool can cover. So consider two very different examples. This is from an article by Rogers Brubaker, where he traces in European politics a broader shift in which national populist parties have been highlighting the Christian identity of Europe, yet embracing secularism, rejecting anti-Semitism, and presenting themselves as champions of gender equality, supporters of at least minimal set of gay rights, and defenders of freedom and expression. freedom of expression, pardon. I show how all the elements of this self-presentation follow from the increasingly salient concern with Islam. Christianity is embraced not as a religion, but as a civilizational identity understood in antithetical opposition to Islam. Secularism is embraced as a way of minimizing the visibility of Islam in the public sphere. Liberalism, specifically philo-Semitism, gender equality, gay rights, and freedom of speech, is selectively embraced as a characterization of our way of life in constitutive opposition to the illiberalism that is presented as inherent in Islam. And the paradox here on this side of the spectrum of opinion is that the Christianity that we adhere to actually is secular. Christian history has undergone a process towards secularity that still has roots in Christian identity. And then the contrast is with a supposedly irredeemably fundamentalist, medieval, barbaric Islam, depicted as inherently less advanced in cultural development. So that's one aspect of this. But on the other hand, consider this summary of key features of the US Christian identity movement, a strain of extremism that has been around since the 1940s. And that has aligned itself with the neo-Nazi movement under the banner of a race holy war. This is very eccentric stuff. White people, Aryans, are the Israelites of the Old Testament. The Jews are the literal descendants of Satan. Adam and Eve were not, as mainstream Christianity teaches, the first people. They were the first white people. All non-whites are descendants of pre-Adamic races and make up an entirely different species than Caucasians. And Armageddon, which will be a race war between whites and non-whites, is fast approaching. So here we note that the enemy again is the traditional Jewish one, and so the problem of distinguishing good Christianity from bad Semitism is more pressing. The solution here is a far more explicitly theological history and an apocalypticism that takes biblical prophecy as a key to reading the current signs of the times very seriously. But you also do not have to be a believer in biblical prophecy or any deity at all to hold an apocalyptic worldview. Apocalypticism can be found in all religious faiths, but there are also millennial movements that style themselves as entirely secular and materialist. And one key study, which I think has done immensely useful and hands-on work in charting how apocalypticism can tip over into violence, will be my focus now. In fact, if any policy makers or anti-terrorism operatives who may be listening to this paper take away nothing else than the message, read this hugely important book, I'll be quite happy. In Understanding Apocalyptic Terrorism, Countering the Radical Mindset, Francis L. Flannery develops a detailed typology of radical apocalypticism, the precise kind which can potentially develop into extremism and violence. So I will summarize in some detail here to flesh out her perspective for you, which I think is a useful tool for the discussions ahead. Basic to all apocalypticism on Flannery's reading is the idea of access to a secret knowledge. About the nature of this world, which is influenced by evil, which is locked in a struggle with goodness, and about the state of the righteous. The righteous are oppressed, and the wicked flourish. Also knowledge about another higher future world, somewhere or something that will arrive, somewhere they will go. And also knowledge about the future, a special time, a gap between the gap between the mundane and the transcendent world will be closed. Figures of deliverance will intervene. Now, there are peaceful versions of this scenario, which arguably includes the majority of the world's mainstream religions, in fact, where believers have no influence in the timing of all this. They can only patiently wait for divine deliverance. Meanwhile, they may strive for holiness, they may work to alleviate the suffering of others, for example. So this can be a very positive motivation. But what we're talking about in terms of terrorism is radical apocalypticism. For one thing, the experience of good and evil is less mixed and complex here. Ultimate good and ultimate evil become an embodied, encountered experience. And this goes along with an intensified sense of persecution. The enemy can be named as a concrete, real foe oppressing us or attacking us. Furthermore, the apocalyptic group knows the truth. It has access to real interpretations and revelations of secrets misunderstood or distorted by others. And this authoritative revelation is ongoing in the present from authoritative interpreters who are trusted to reveal the signs of the times. Another key feature is an active eschatology. Rather than our having no control over divine timing, as most peaceful believers assume, for the radical apocalypticist, our own actions become key to ushering in the new stage of the coming good world. I, as a righteous person, can trigger the end of the evil age. I can actually instigate the elimination of evil on earth. And a corollary of this is that I am good, or acting on behalf of the good. It's an important thing to remember. Terrorists believe that they are good. They're warriors in the fight for the good. My action will bring about outcomes such as divine intervention, redemption, salvation, a coming age of God, some version of transcendent goodness. It is in this sense that the believer can play a cosmic role that elevates their own importance to global, national, even universal proportions. This provides the apocalyptic believer with a sense of unparalleled power, and their actions therefore lie outside the scope of normal human judgment. This can justify the use of extreme measures. The fate of the world is at stake, and the believer must accept a key role, often figured as a heavy moral responsibility in ending this corrupt system. Now, for Flannery, a final key aspect in the path from extremist beliefs to actual violence is the process of othering, where evil is concretized. Those who are not with us are against us. They belong to evil. The revelation that we have received allows us to identify this enemy. They are irredeemable, but we represent the good. So deep hatred now starts to be directed as though towards those understood as totally other. And crucially, again, we're talking about a concrete enemy, identifiable in the world, even if also stigmatized as some kind of cosmic or mythical evil. They are metaphorically dehumanized. They are a virus or a cancer attacking the healthy body. They are a vermin or a pest. They are mere animals, pigs or dogs or snakes. All of this contributes to the apocalyptic group's collective identity and solidarity. Where there is a vilified them, there's also a stronger us, bonding together against them. Finally, violence is often triggered by ideas of revenge as a form of redemptive act. This can involve self-martyrdom, the killing of others, or both. Violence is here understood as necessary in order to bring the good into existence. Our enemies have wronged us, and revenge is the divine will, or more generally, in the interests of achieving a new transcendent world. Violence itself comes to serve a higher purpose. That completes Flannery's powerful descriptive analysis. She also develops concrete policy recommendations for how to break the terrorist cycle by focusing on opportunities for social inclusion rather than an us-against-them style war on terror, which creates more embittered victims and amplifies the sense of persecution and revenge in apocalyptic extremist groups and increases their recruitment. We also find strategies here for pinpointing tipping points into violence for such groups, identifying precisely their likely targets. Terrorist negotiation strategies come into this, and de-radicalization efforts. And in terms of the discussions before us in the coming few days, I would also argue that any member of a college of moderators of terrorist content online or of a rapid response international task force to contain and mitigate the effects of terrorist attacks should have this perspective firmly on their curriculum. So to come to a close, while Flannery's apocalyptic typology here fits movements from Christian identity to the Islamist Al-Qaeda to eco-terrorism to the Buddhist Aum Shinrikyo cult, I've argued here that paying attention to the uses of misuses of Christianity, specifically in connection with how apocalyptic histories of the West are constructed, provides another effective classification method for radical right extremist ideologies specifically, and one that is becoming increasingly relevant in today's landscape as the recent assault on the US Congress by the radical right Christian QAnon conspiracy group suggests. This, I think, also has the added merit of holding a mirror up to ourselves in the Western world. What stories do we want to tell about our culture and its future, and who is this we going to include and exclude? And to sum up, in confronting all of these questions, we are once again faced with the indispensability of humanities scholarship and training in the struggle to understand and counteract radical right terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your fascinating talk, Professor Tonning. We'll have some chance to answer questions at the end of the panel when your colleagues have also spoken. So let me introduce Professor Elisabeth Iversflaten, Professor of Political Science at Bergen as well. The title of Professor Iversflaten's talk is The Limits of Public political tolerance of the far right in contemporary liberal democracies.
Thank you, Mette, and thank you, Professor Erik Tonning, for a wonderful presentation. I'd like to second the need for humanities scholarship in understanding the right-wing extremism and many other things. The research that I will be presenting to you today is based on work that I've done in collaboration with two talented early career scholars here at the University of Bergen, Lise Bjørnesøy and Lars Erik Berntsen. In today's talk, I will be introducing the concept of political tolerance, and then I will complicate the concept of political tolerance through a couple of significant historical lessons. Then I will draw your attention to a distinction, two distinctive notions of right-wing extremism. I will then present some empirical insight into where the contemporary public in European democracies draw the line on right-wing extremism currently. I will end by pointing to some challenges that this research and the insights it provides present for this forum that we have gathered here in Bergen for these days. Now, let's start with the most common definition of political tolerance. You will have seen some version of this supposed quote, "I disapprove of what you say, but I will stand up for your right to say it." This has been attributed to Voltaire, some version of it, but it's actually never found in any of his writings. But a historian, Evelyn Beatrice Hall, attributes this quote to Voltaire. Note two things about it. First, I disapprove of what you say. So tolerance, I disapprove of what you say. Tolerance is only really on the table if you're confronted with somebody you disagree with. If you approve of what somebody says, tolerance never comes into the question. So that's the first thing to note about political tolerance. Secondly, the quote is supposedly from an incident where Voltaire was involved. It's a quote from a pre-democratic revolutionary era in France, where authority was religious and where the state was monarchical mainly. And they used censorship actively to quell challenges to their own authority that were at the time amassing and that resulted in the French Revolution. This call for tolerance then becomes the call for democracy. Democracy, a system where conflicts are peacefully resolved, and those who lose a popular vote respect that loss and that decision that they've lost, and mobilize instead again, following the rules of the game in a good faith manner. So this all sounds good. What could possibly be wrong with political tolerance? There's nothing wrong with democracy, sir. Now, after the French Revolution, after the first wonderful experiences we've had with democracies and not so wonderful experience we had with democracies, we have in particular one lesson that echoes across Europe, and we've heard some about it from Erik already. The lesson was succinctly summarized by Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, in his now infamous quote, "It will always remain one of the best jokes of democracy that it gave its deadly enemies, the Nazis, the means by which it was destroyed." Not so long thereafter, a significant piece of work by the Austrian philosopher Karl Popper is published. Karl Popper, of course, had witnessed the rise of Nazism and the terrors that came along with it. He fled first to the United Kingdom and then to New Zealand, where he wrote The Open Society and Its Enemies. And in this book, he formulates, in a footnote, what is now known as the paradox of tolerance. I'm going to show you it in 3 different slides. The first part of this formulation is as follows. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed, and tolerance with them. But the quote continues. It's a very long footnote. In this formulation, I do not imply, for instance, that we should always suppress the utterance of intolerant philosophies, as long as we can counter them by rational argument and keep them in check by public opinion. Suppression would certainly be unwise. Part 2 of the quote. We'll return to this part. Part 3. But we should claim the right to suppress them if necessary, even by force, for it may easily turn out that they are not prepared to meet us on the level of rational argument, but begin by denouncing all argument. They may forbid their followers to listen to rational argument because it's deceptive, and teach them to answer arguments by the use of their fists or pistols. We should therefore claim, in the name of tolerance, the right not to tolerate the intolerant. We should claim that any movement preaching intolerance places itself outside of the law, and we should consider incitement of intolerance and persecution as criminal, in the same way as we should consider incitement to murder, to kidnapping, or to the revival of the slave trade as criminal. End of quote. I want you to zoom in on one of the not so often discussed parts of this formulation of the paradox of intolerance. Now, what Popper says there in the middle is that our judgment about whether suppression is justified and necessary when confronting intolerance depends on the state of public opinion. Now, this is a question that really is interesting for my research group because we study public opinion. So what we have started looking into is, well, is there a public opinion limit on tolerance to right-wing extremism, or isn't there? Can we trust the public? Should we suppress this? What's the truth of the matter? The interesting thing is that we don't really know a lot about this. So, in order to explain to you what we found out, I need to introduce a distinction between 2 different notions of right-wing extremism. First, I want to talk about, and this is going to be simplified, a specific historical notion of right-wing extremism. We've heard some about it already in Eric's talk. Here, where we stand in Bergen, Norway, the specific historical notion of right-wing extremism can perhaps be illustrated with these 2 images. These are from the Second World War. To the left is an image of Bryggen, the Germanic wharfs of Bergen. Now, these weren't actually, this was during the Second World War. Norway was occupied by Nazi Germany, and this incident occurred during the war, but it wasn't actually an active hostile bombing. It was more of what today would be called collateral damage. But the idea being that in the Norwegian public's mind, right-wing extremism is very closely tied up with the Nazi occupation of Norway and destructions that followed. And of course, it is also very closely tied to Holocaust and remembrance of the Holocaust, which is exemplified by the image to your right, which is a memorial which is located some 100, 200 meters from where we are right now, in memory of the Jewish Bergen population that was deported and executed by Nazi Germany in concentration camps. Now, this is the memory that most people have. This is the association that most people in Norway have to right-wing extremism, we've found. Now, as we heard in the previous talk, there is also a more generic notion of what right-wing extremism might be. And Griffin, that we heard talked about before, is one of those who talks about generic fascism. Now, I want to just use the concept of a generic notion of right-wing extremism. Now, what might such a generic notion of right-wing extremism be? Well, it's been suggested that there can be many different building blocks, but if we want to abstract and take away just a few of them for the sake of simplicity, one often talks about one internal enemy, one external enemy, a conspiracy theory that the internal and external enemy are conspiring to destroy the current civilization, and that the catastrophe is so close by, so near and so urgent, we heard the word apocalypse recently, that intervention is needed, called upon, morally necessary, and you do not have time to follow the ordinary rules. Now, if we take this formula, the internal, external enemy conspiring to destroy society, apply that to Nazism, we have the external enemy, which was perceived to be the Jews for simplicity, the internal enemy, the communists, who are conspiring to bring down civilization, and then the Nazis that are acting outside of constitutional law and outside of democratic procedures in order to prevent apocalypse. Now, this is not the most common form of right-wing extremism today. The most common form is the one that was underlying the two terror attacks that are the cause of this particular, or the focal point of this particular forum. And this is an anti-Islamic right-wing extremism, where the external enemy is the Muslim, and the internal enemy, still the left, maybe communist, maybe Marxist, but definitely the left. And the conspiracy is that they're working together to destroy Europe through Islamization or other such mechanisms. And I'm going to show you some pretty awful quotes now from Facebook, because I think it's called for, so that we know what is out there for me as a researcher who's not really very much on Facebook, but openly available for anybody who tries to go out there and search for ideological content. And this is somewhat dated now. It's from 2016, when I had a research project where we collected such quotes, but it's still relevant, and you can find similar things. They're in Norwegian. First, there's a quote which talks about the Muslim as the external enemy. I want to chase Muslims out of Europe. Go away or die should be written on all of the homes of Muslims. Ordinary citizen of Norway writing on Facebook. Then the conspiracy. The Labour Party, AP, and the Muslims are fighting for totalitarian power and trying to introduce Sharia law in the land by importing thousands of Muslims to the land. And then to the right, a posting by the anti-Islamic organization Stop the Islamization of Norway, SIAN, which are describing the head of the Labour Party in Norway, Jonas Gahr Støre, as a traitor, because he supposedly supports multiculturalism. I'm not even sure he does. Now, it then has the following two comments. It likens him to Quisling as a traitor. Now, what happened to Quisling after the war? Well, he was shot like the traitor he was. So these are indirect and direct ways in which ordinary Facebook posts actually go quite far towards threatening violence towards Muslims, to politicians, and spreading conspiracy theories. This is the most common form of right-wing extremism today. Now, What about this question then? Keeping them in check by public opinion. This we've tried our very best to gather some scientific evidence to help us understand. Seems to us important to know. And what we've done in one of our studies is that we have conducted what we call a survey experiment called the Community House Experiment. In this experiment, we tell our respondents, and this is done in several countries, and it's a random selection of people. So it's representative of the populations in the countries that we study, the people over the age of 18. So we asked them first, one group, a third of the people we interviewed this way online, we asked, imagine that the Liberal Democratic Party, so an ordinary, boring center-right party. In Norway it would be Venstre, in the UK it would be the Lib Dems, in Germany it would be FDP. So we went for the most boring right-wing party we could ever imagine. And that was how far our imagination got us. So, and we wanted a party that didn't have all that much support. So, because we want people to be in this position of not really supporting a party, but still having to give them something. A democratic right, the democratic right of assembly. So we asked them about the Liberal Democratic Party as a baseline. We want to check, are they willing, even if they're not going to vote for them, to at least let them have this right to rent the local community house. But we're not really interested in them. We just want to have this as a baseline. The organizations that we're interested in were asked about in the two other groups. So the second group were asked exactly the same question, only they weren't asked about the Liberal Democratic Party, they were asked about a neo-Nazi group. And deliberately, we used the label neo-Nazi, because we want to see if public opinion today is at the stage where they're actually limiting their tolerance towards neo-Nazi groups. I think they should. And we want to find out if they actually do in this question of renting a community house. And then comes the thing, and we're pretty sure that they will, based on previous research that has been done. But then comes the thing that we really, really don't know. And that's, how will a third of the people who receive the question about the anti-Islamic group, how will they respond? This is then requires of them a generic notion of what right-wing extremism is in order for them to say, to draw a line and say, no, I don't think they should be allowed to rent the community house. And here's what we found. So we conducted this experiment in Norway, in Sweden, in France, the Netherlands, and Germany. And I'll summarize it all for you in a couple of slides. Here's what we find about the limits of public political tolerance. What you see on your left, the thing that almost nobody disagrees to renting the community house to the boring center-right party, the Liberal Democrats, which is a test of tolerance, which is good. So very few of these people vote for them, but they still think, as a political actor, they should be allowed to rent a community house. Sounds like the right of political assembly is well taken care of. Then what about the neo-Nazis? Well, as you can see, that this is what is in public opinion research a very, very, very clear finding. Almost everybody else, around 80%, almost everybody around 80% say, we draw a limit on neo-Nazis. We don't think they should have the right to rent a local community house. We don't perceive of them as democratic, so we don't want to grant them the democratic rights. There's some country differences, but I wouldn't pay much attention to them. I don't think they would replicate in other types of studies. I think this is basically a result of similarity across countries. Then what about the anti-Islamic group? This is the one we really hadn't studied before. We really didn't know. Will people treat them like the Liberal Democrats? Will they treat them like the neo-Nazis? How do people think about this new form of right-wing extremism? And here's what we found. They're absolutely split down the middle. So the public, when it comes to limiting political tolerance of anti-Islamic groups, is split down the middle. 50% disagree that they should be allowed to rent the community house, and the other half is either unsure or thinks that they should be allowed to rent the community house. So here's an example of where public opinion can safely be relied upon in the case of neo-Nazi groups to keep down that form of right-wing extremism. But when it comes to anti-Islamic groups, public opinion is by no means a reliable check, in my interpretation. We wanted to ask an additional question, and in the Norwegian part of the data, we had an opportunity to look into it. So we studied, is there a political dimension to this? Is it so that people on the left are more reluctant to let anti-Islamic organizations rent a community house than people on the right? So we have two different ways of getting at that in the Norwegian context, and I'll show you what we found. First, we mapped out responses on the left-right. So people self-place on a left-right scale. 0 means that you place yourself on the far left, and 1 means that you place yourself on the far right. And the lines show that across all different kinds of left-right self-placements, people are much more sure about not tolerating, a lot more people are sure about not tolerating the neo-Nazis than about the anti-Islamic group. We see a very similar pattern of non-political polarization if you look at this by vote. So here I've selected 4 parties, the far left, the Labour Party, the mainstream left, the mainstream right, and the far right. And these are their voters, people who say they voted for these parties. And you see the lines are a bit longer on the parties, the far left and the far right, and that's because fewer people vote for them, so the confidence with which you can make a conclusion is much less strong. But this pattern, take it from me as a public opinion researcher, is one of a non-polarized climate. So all voters of all parties have trouble maintaining a strict limit on political tolerance when it comes to anti-Islamic organizations. So let me conclude with a few main takeaways for the Bergen Forum. I think that the example of neo-Nazism shows that it has been possible, through joint effort over a long period of time, to amass public opinion in liberal democracies as a check against this specific historical version of right-wing extremism. Now, but a lot, so that's, I think, a hopeful finding. But then to the more challenging finding, and that is that a lot of sustained effort remains before public opinion is likely to keep in check the most prominent contemporary form of right-wing extremism. The gap I just showed you, it's there, and it's there across the political spectrum. There isn't a strong sense that anti-Islamic right-wing extremism is equally, it should be treated with equal limits as neo-Nazism. And then I think a third point, which I also think is important and might actually be quite helpful for the discussions ahead, is that this work needs to be done across the whole political spectrum, left and right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ivo Slaten, on your very interesting talk there on the research that you've been doing. I'll now welcome Professor Christoph Trattner to the lectern. He is a professor of information science, and he's going to talk on online echo chambers. How do they work, and what can we do?
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction. We see here the last slide. I just have to go quickly back. So let's do that in the meantime. Yeah, I will talk today about echo chambers, and in this respect, as you can see, I've brought a couple of slides, so which I just tried to reset. Thank you very much from the technical side. So let's have a look what I have brought. Yeah? So first of all, a short introduction. My name is Christoph Trattner. I'm a full professor at the University of Bergen, also Center Director of Media Futures, which is a new SFE center for responsible media technology and innovation at the University of Bergen with a couple of partners. I will also talk about that later in the talk. And if you're wondering about my dialect, I come originally from Austria, Graz. Now, what is my research about? My mission is to improve diets. So this is what I typically say. I try to improve food diets and media diets. Yeah? And this is also what we are also talking about today. I would like to make a case about how to improve media diets. Yeah? In this respect, I have split up my talk in 3 parts. So first of all, I would like to give you an introduction, a short definition also what are echo chambers basically when we talk about them. So we've heard about echo chambers several times now today in the introduction, also by our rector, also in the other talks. Yeah. Then I would like to give you also examples how they look. Yeah? And then, most importantly, what can we do about that? So that will be mostly research I'm doing myself in the context of health applied to media, so to improve our media diets, as I said. Now let's go for the first part and let's talk about echo chambers and what are actually echo chambers. So that's a big question, obviously, and if you go on the internet, obviously you find a lot of definitions, also by popular scientists. One of the most prominent sites to go to, obviously, to get informed about what echo chambers are is Wikipedia. So if you go to Wikipedia, it's stated there an echo chamber is an environment where a person only encounters information or opinions that reflect and reinforce their own. Yeah. I also can relate to that, so that's the reason why I brought it today. So this is what echo chambers, more or less, how they are defined. What are examples of echo chambers? Well, obviously there are good and bad examples. Yeah? So if you think about good examples, activism, for example, good activism, do something for good for our planet. These are good echo chambers, maybe people relate to that. Political movements, think about in the movements in Chile. Obviously the bad examples we've heard today a lot about, far-right movements. Yeah, Sian was also mentioned today in Norway, political movements, Taliban, etc. So that's it for those examples. Now, how can we actually end up in echo chambers? Yeah, so today I will talk from a technical perspective and in the online context. I'm not talking about how we in the offline world, in the real world, end up in those echo chambers. I talk specifically about the online world, the internet, what is surrounding us, what we are using on a daily basis. We are going on Google, search for content, we are going on Facebook and stuff like that. So this is what I'm talking about here today. Yeah, we have to keep anyway social distance. So how can we create, or how can we end up in echo chambers online? Well, to be honest, quite easy. Yeah, so all those platforms, Twitter, Facebook, are able to follow, for example, people. Yeah? If you follow other people, you also get then through Twitter recommendations, what people tweet. And that could also maybe a reason for ending up in an echo chamber. Think about hashtags on platforms such as Instagram, or also on Facebook we find them, also on Twitter, pro-gun, pro-life, etc. By following those hashtags, you can also be prone to end up in such an echo chamber. And obviously groups, and there are also some articles listed here, which you might want to look into when looking into the slides later on. Now, what I'm often asked about when talking about technology is, and also come from a perspective, so I did my PhD in network science. I was analyzing social networks, information networks, how information spreads, and stuff like that. And what I did is often is I looked into social network data, and then I tried to identify groups of people. Yeah, and was visualizing retweet networks, Facebook networks, and stuff like that. And maybe you've seen such figures in the past from newspapers or also in other papers. So this is how, for example, such an echo chamber could look like. Yeah? So here you see an example of a hashtag of people using that hashtag on Twitter, yeah, talking about a beef ban, yeah, talking about agreeing with a beef ban and people disagreeing. Yeah. So the dots are basically people you see, yeah, and the edges you see are retweets. So think about the person tweeting about the beef ban in a positive or negative way, and then another person seeing the tweet and retweeting it, then you see an edge. Yeah? And obviously what we see here is like a sort of polarization. We see people for and against. Yeah? Interestingly, now you would say that I've seen a lot of times before. Well, interestingly for us from a network science perspective is how many links actually exist between those two groups, because these are actually the people that are on both sides. Yeah. Now, why is that interesting for us? Because that also gives us opportunity to then bring those people together. Yeah? And this also shows us to what extent a network is then polarized. Yeah? So here in the next example, you see a Twitter echo chamber that was about people tweeting about the US midterm election in 2010. And compared to the other network, I mean, we also see polarization. People, on the red-hand side are the conservatives, and then on the blue-hand side they are the progressives, and they have different opinion on things, obviously. But what we also see is that people are much more interconnected with each other when they retweet. So there are a lot of more people changing their political perspective. That's interesting also to see here. So that from that we conclude that this network is less polarized. Now, how can I assess whether or not I'm in an echo chamber? Yeah? So how can I do that? Yeah? So how do I know whether I'm in an echo chamber? To be honest, a lot of people have been trying to find that out. Yeah? Here's a paper that was written by Kinelli et al. So this year, 2021, there was also a feature in Nature about that. And what the scientists did is they wanted to find out what it actually makes an echo chamber. And they analyzed different topics also, yeah, and different types of social networks. They looked into Facebook, they looked into Twitter, they also looked at topics pro and against vaccination, etc. And the main conclusion is that to identify whether or not I'm in an echo chamber is defined by the similarity to my peers. Yeah. So if you want to know whether you're an echo chamber, then look at your peers, look at how similar those peers are, look at, and most likely they will also then have similar opinions, and that amplifies then. Now we talk, the concept of similarity is actually quite important. Yeah, keep that in mind. I will talk about that concept later on when it comes to breaking those echo chambers with recommenders. So that's the last part of that talk. And what can we do about these echo chambers? So what I'm doing about echo chambers in my own research is, I call it information science. I have a computer science background. And I try to, first of all, try to understand why things happen. Yeah, so often people also say that I am a behavioral analyst, trying then to model people's behavior based on some theories coming from social science, psychology, and so on. And then I try to predict that behavior, in order then to make suggestions, recommendations to change behavior, for good, obviously. So this is what I basically do in my own research. Now, since I was also mentioning Media Futures, I also want to say it. This is just a small thing I'm doing and what I'm reporting. But in Media Futures is a research center on responsible media technology innovation here in Bergen, brand new. And this is how the center looks like. And in our center, we do actually much, much more. I'm the center director. I'm also doing research in work package 2 on personalization and engagement, trying to then make those personalization and recommendation strategies more fair. Yeah? But we also have researchers working on understanding the media experience. We also have work in Work Package 3 that is tackled then to identify fake news. Maybe you've heard about that. Yeah? We also work a lot on accessibility themes, so trying to help people actually access media content. Yeah? What about the older, what about the younger generation? And then also bring that in the Norwegian context with language technologies. Yeah? So there's just a short excerpt about that. Now, I was mentioning I'm doing research in recommender systems, and I want to help people to use recommender systems to implement a more healthy media diet. Yeah? Now, if you're not familiar with the concept of recommender systems, here just a short wrap-up. Where do we find them and what are those systems? So think about going on Facebook, for example, friend recommender systems. In the old days, when you were new to the system, you get a lot of suggestions for potential friends that are your friends, and then they are suggested to you. Yeah? Similarly, you also find on Netflix on a daily basis, you're going on Netflix, you have movie recommender systems suggesting you interesting content you might be interested to watch it based on your previous experiences or on your watches. When you go on Amazon, right? So if you read a book, you get also suggestions. People who have been interested in that book also have been interested in those books. So these are suggestions, recommendations, in that context, a book recommender. If you're going to LinkedIn, you have job and group recommenders, right? The same obviously also on Facebook, where you have groups. And YouTube, everybody's talking about YouTube, video recommender systems also used by YouTube and Google. And Google, if you're typing something in, you also get suggestions, right? So recommendations. You type a query, in real time you get suggestions what that query could mean. Yeah? So you see there are multiple places where you can implement a recommender system, and I always say like we are surrounded by them. You go in the internet, you find them everywhere, you get suggestions, you have algorithms that make those suggestions for you. Yeah, what are the suggestions and the decisions you actually make is then the question here. Now, as I said, I want to recommend people a more healthy news alternatives. I want to, in the end, ultimately, I want to improve the media diet. In that context, I've brought a paper now, or two papers now, what we have been working in the past about. And but before going into the news, I would like to talk a little bit about food. Yeah? So think about, also in the beginning I was showing you an example about food, beef ban and so on. We also find a lot of polarization when it comes to diets, obviously. Yeah? And this is where the research originally started. And if you think about changing people's behavior with recommender systems, in order to do that, as I said, we have to understand how people actually behave. Yeah. Now think about in the real world when you go in the supermarket and the grocery store, obviously your decisions are being made by the context, by the amount of money maybe you have on your bank account and so on. Yeah. But what about, and there are theories about that. Yeah? There are theories and also models that define, okay, how people make their food decisions on a daily basis. Yeah? But what about the news consumption? Yeah, what we consume. What about, and specifically the online context, is something new for us. We have not developed enough theories about. So if you go online, you find a recipe, for example, you have a title, you have user feedback, you have an image, you have nutrition information, you have ingredient information. So what are the cues you're actually processing to make your decisions to eventually then click on an item? Because what I want to do in my research is I want to understand those micro decisions that I can then, for example, then maybe change, so that a person reads then also on a news article that he or she has not been reading before, which might then change also a certain belief. And I want to find out what kind of cues I can use to nudge that person then towards that better behavior. So if you see, for example, what I often do in my experiments is give people choices. Yeah? And here you see, for example, two choices. On the left-hand side, at least on my screen, you see marinated ranch-boiled chicken. Yeah? And it's green and it looks nice, right? And then on the other hand side, you see a ranch crispy chicken. Yeah? More or less the same, it's all about chicken. Yeah? Typically when I do that experiment in class and ask people what people choose, then everybody says like, yeah, of course I take the marinated ranch boiled chicken because it looks much more healthy. Yeah, because most of the people want to implement these days a healthy diet. But if you look then at the content itself in fat, then you observe that's a misleading cue, and that recipe on the left-hand side has actually more fat in the recipe. Now, in order to understand behavior, also people ask me how we do that. And similar to Elisabeth, we are doing user studies. We give people microtasks. Yeah? So in that example, we have been observing a couple of thousand people, giving them random pairs, and using online platforms such as Prolific, or also we invite people into the lab to then understand how they behave in a controlled environment. Yeah? Give them also then post-questionnaires and so on. And here what you see is an experiment we have been conducting in order to predict choice. Yeah? So think about, you have two choices, yeah, of two food items, two recipes. Which one can I predict it? Yeah? That was the question I have. Can I predict it based on the title, based on the image, based on ingredient information, on the nutrition, on the popularity, appreciation, context? Can I do that? Yeah? We were running two user study experiments on a large scale with over 1,000 people. And here you see also the results. So in the columns you see different models, machine learning models, algorithms that try to predict the choice. And the best model could predict choice to 66%, yeah, which is, in our opinion, quite good. And the most important finding is not about the predictability of that. The most important finding for us was that the image actually was the key element when it comes to making those choices. Yeah? And even more important, the attractivity of the image itself, which we can compute these days. Yeah? Now think about what you can do with those findings, right? If you understand how people make their choices, that image is key, the more attractive the image is, you can also then think about maybe altering choices. So what we then did is we run a further experiment where we then try to nudge people towards more healthy choices, recipes, in that case with less fat contained. Yeah? And what we basically did is we showed them similar recipes, yeah? With less and more fat, but attached just to those recipes with less fat, nicer images. Yeah? And just by showing the people nicer images, we could convince them to choose then in the end those recipes. Now, what has that to do with news items? What has that to do with how we consume, how we want to convince people to maybe to take other decisions? Yeah. So obviously, when you think about the newspaper, think about how we find news items. We use, for example, an internet platform. We go to a news provider. We look at the news, and then we read that article. And but how do we make those choices? That, as I said before, make us read that article. Well, obviously there are personal interests involved, but also content that is out there that I can maybe use to predict that choice. Yeah? So in this case, you see a news article on the left-hand side that is split up in a section, in title, in an image, in an author writing that article, date of publication, a paragraph, a lead paragraph, and a main body text. And on the right-hand side, you see recommendations. Yeah? So think about the person reading an article and you want to convince that person, but you also have to read about those articles because they're very important for you, to get a different viewpoint on the story, to diversify. So this is one way of maybe changing in the long run people's behavior, right? So could be. Yeah? So that was our assumption, so this is what we try to understand. But if you want to do that, obviously you have to, first of all, go down and understand how people process those items. And as I said before, what kind of cues do people actually look at? So here you see a result. So cue usage in figure A shows how people have been using those cues. Yeah, what have been people looking at? So the higher on the y-axis the dot is, the more likely was it that the person has been looking at that. So people most of the time look actually at the body text, yeah, then look at the title, yeah, then they go into the category, then they look in the image, yeah, and what is not important for them is actually who was writing that piece, yeah, so much, yeah, in our experiment, and the author bio, which is also often attached, yeah. Now you might think, yeah, why is that interesting, Christoph, right? So I'm a technologist, and I know how people implement those recommender systems. Yeah? We use cues such as title information, we use cues such as image information, we use cues such as categories, such as body text, keywords, yeah, to give you suggestions. This is what we do. Yeah? And on the left-hand side, you see what kind of experiment I have been running. So giving to people, I gave them two choices. Yeah? And then I asked them how similar are those news items for you. And then on the right-hand side, a little bit complicated, all those different models, yeah, similarity models, which we as computer science try to find, yeah, to match what you as a consumer might look at and perceive as similar. Yeah? Because in order to diversify, I also need to understand what is similar. If I do not understand that, it doesn't work out. Now, how do those models I showed you before, and which we use in computer science and information science a lot, actually with human estimates? Yeah? So how do those mathematical formulas, yeah, which we put in a computer, actually correlate with what you think as a human? So you can do also experiments on that. And this is actually one of the last slides I have. And you see here a result that shows correlations between those kind of features, as we call these similarity estimates, on the left-hand side with news articles, with internet recipes, with movies, yeah, and how they correlate with human perception. Yeah? So, long story short, we in computer science and information science are currently quite okay with recommending you similar movies. Yeah, we know how that works out. We are quite okay with recommending similar recipes, so correlations are around 56, yeah, highly significant to 60%. Yeah, so most of the cases we are right guessing what you perceive as similar. But we are very poor actually when it comes to news items. Yeah? We are very poor in, at the moment to actually recommend you similar news items. Now, why is that important? Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah, so actually the models, what we currently have, are not capturing well human perception. Yeah? So what does that mean then? Yeah, that the recommendations that we want to achieve, yeah, we want to diversify the news diet, yeah, we want to open up. Yeah, we need to understand the concept of similarity. If you're not understanding the concept of similarity well, if you cannot model it well, how can we diversify? Yeah? Or are we already at the point that we already diversify the news good enough? Yeah? So these are all questions I'm currently thinking about. Okay, let's come to an end. So what are the main takeaways of that talk? So 3 points. First of all, echo chambers are everywhere. Homophily or similarity is the main indicator for being in an echo chamber. So, and recommended literature only might help to burst chambers. However, in the news context, I have to say we have to fix a couple of things first before we can think about making our news diet more healthy in the future. With that, thank you very much, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Professor Trautner, for your interesting paper there and your suggestions as to how to tackle online echo chambers. We have about half an hour left before a coffee break, so there's time for me to ask the panel some questions. I have some individual questions to you here, so I think we'll take that. But maybe also, if there is time, you might want to ask each other some questions, because it seems to be that you have been all doing some very new research here and what you said in your presentations, all of you, was something that really struck me, that you're focusing on what can be done, and all of you have suggestions as to what can be done. So, why can't it be done? But this is something that we will be discussing for another 2 days here. So I think I'll start with asking you or a question, Professor Trattner. And that is, you mentioned some methods, and it was also fascinating to hear how you're linking it to food, and what we know and how we can translate that into using it for other things. So what other methods exist to break bubbles and echo chambers?
Yeah.
Can you suggest, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So obviously what I brought today with me was a small research project I was doing in the past before by myself. And we, of course, with other colleagues that were helping me with the research. And the specific thing we wanted to try out is, what do we have to do when a person is searching for an item, and is already observing the item? And if I give that person then suggestions, to what extent can I change that person's behavior? By then going further, clicking on the other item and investigating that item further. The context I've shown here was obviously in a food context. In food, also strong beliefs, as I said, like how diets should be implemented and stuff like that. So that's quite also interesting from that perspective. Now we are working on the news context, political polarization. And that's a really complex field. So what I think is that we need many more of those studies, trying to understand user behavior. What I think is we also need to, as we maybe all agree, also a bigger approach than integrated interdisciplinary approach to this, like with centers we are running. And then what we also need to do is we need to look into different perspective of things, right? So the current talk today was more on the algorithmic perspective. I tried to give you an example of how can I change people's behavior with algorithms. But what about the interface perspective? What about all the other hooks I can link to? Think about if you just using your mobile phone and the search interface. You get suggestions by typing. I can also try to think about, okay, why I'm not giving the person a suggestion while typing to maybe make that behavior that is then just based on on my previous behavior. Why don't break that behavior? Why don't show the person something interesting and to make it more diverse? So I'm always talking, as you noticed, about diversity is a very important concept for me in research. And I think this is something we have to work on, diversity on all aspects in technology. So interface perspective, algorithmic perspective, different hooks, where can we change behavior? Also very interesting, and so on.
Thank you very much. Does any of you have any follow-up questions, maybe, or something you wanted to add to what Professor Trattner just said?
Yes, I'm very interested in this idea of a kind of dehumanization, right, of the enemy that I talked about in my talk, and it strikes me that part of what you're talking about is how could give possibilities for how to how to cut through that demonization and to present images instead of the supposed enemy as something more nuanced, something more positive, someone that you can actually confront and actually get along with, and that this could and on a large kind of informatics scale, that could be really useful for the public opinion aspect that Elizabeth was addressing. So that strikes me as a kind of immensely productive and fruitful aspect of your work.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so what we also try to do is we try to give people obviously not one set of choice, but what we're currently also trying to do is we are trying to find a way to give people different perspectives, different angles, yeah, on something. Yeah, so now that sounds a little bit abstract. So, but think about you're interested in a news story, you're interested in, as I was said before, you're reading a news article, and then you can obviously suggest people similar articles, yeah? But why only recommend them one list, yeah? Why not different aspects related to that story that would be very important to know about, yeah? And not only to the consumer, yeah, but also to the producer. Think about how journalists work these days. They use algorithms, they use artificial intelligence. We read articles, that, and we know about that AI is producing news stories automatically and stuff like that, but also news workers using artificial intelligence to create news. Yeah? So how can we make sure that people are then well informed so that they and also see different perspectives on things and not only one thing. So I guess this is something I see as very important, that we not only tackle the consumer side but also the producer side of things.
Yes, I'm wondering also what would it take for kind of big internet companies to implement this, and what would be the sort of potential disadvantages for them of doing so in a way? Would there be problems associated with it, or would there be positives, upsides associated with it?
Now, obviously, I think it always comes down to how interesting are you making for yourself, right? So, I mean, the current models, we have subscriber models. You also have to gather the audience, and make sure that people are subscribing to your newspaper. If people are not subscribing to your newspaper, you're not reaching your audience. If you're not reaching the audience, you cannot also inform them, influence them, however you want to call it, right? So, and that depends on different factors. Yeah? So on the one hand side, what people are interested in, but also on the other hand side, what is produced. Yeah? So that's like quite a balance here to bring in. This is obviously what we also try to do in our research center, Media Futures. So this multi-object optimization aspect, in a sense, as we always call it in mathematics. Yeah, you have to optimize for different objectives, different stakeholders, and so I think that's something we have to think about in the future.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. Did you have a question yourself?
Yes,
okay.
I was very interested actually in your talk, Elisabeth. Thank you very much for your nice experiments. I was wondering how you run those experiments. Yeah?
We used internet panels that exist already, and one of them we have here at the University of Bergen, but then we collaborated with other universities across Europe who have similar panels, and we've invited people based on a random selection, so everybody could possibly be invited into it. And then we randomized which question were asked. So we know that the only thing that differed between those questions asked were those groups, those three groups. Everything else was the same. It was completely randomized. So it's the same thing that you do if you do a vaccine trial. You give, a randomized half a real vaccine and a randomized half a placebo vaccine, and then you study the effect. And you know that you don't need any sophisticated regression model, I think, because you know that otherwise everything else is taken care of by randomization. It's the same. So we know that the difference that we observe is caused by the fact that they were asked about this group, that group, and the other. And that's what makes it so striking, and that we were able to do this simultaneously, all these countries, and boom. And it's very striking how similar the problem, say, is across all these European democracies. And it's also interesting how similarly similarly they also treated neo-Nazis. I found it fascinating as well. So yeah, so that's, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also have a question to you, Professor Ivo Schlatten, and that is, you concluded by saying that there's still lots to do when it comes to countering radical right extremism and the conspiracy theories, especially when it comes to Islamization. That's motivated attacks that we are talking about now. So could you say a little bit more about that, please, and how in your expertise, with your expertise, can say something about the type of work, exactly what's needed in terms of countering this and understanding contemporary radical right-wing extremism better?
So I think my work, at least the part of it that I showed here, but generally, is much better at identifying the scale of the challenge that we're facing. So, and I'm saying it's huge. So in terms of that, my research is showing, if your question had been, are we doing enough? Have we done enough? The question is, when it comes to anti-Islamic right-wing extremism, not at all. Not at all enough. Nobody is doing enough. None of the countries that we've studied doing enough. So is it all then kind of hopeless? Is there nothing we can do? And that's when I think the example of neo-Nazism comes in and is interesting. Because in all of these countries have found through, and I think it was the city councillor who said through a variety, right? Just a huge variety of different ways of fighting that form of right-wing extremism, have not succeeded in eradicating it, but have succeeded in amassing public opinion to the defense of democracy and democratic procedures against neo-Nazism. So it hasn't taken away the potential violent, destructive, dangerous aspect of it. So that's still there, and there still are neo-Nazis. So, but in terms of, do we have a public opinion to safeguard us against that particular form of right-wing extremism gaining huge following today? Yeah, I think the answer to that, in my mind, would be yes. But then the other side of that is, when it comes to anti-Islamic right-wing extremism, the right-wing extremism that is most prevalent today, and that I think Eric showed very well, has a lot of links and is, basically the same thing with, a variety of special characteristics, of course, but nevertheless, and we know has these violent and horrific consequences, which kind of is the focus point of today, to remind ourselves of that. And then I think that what our research shows how far we have to still go. And do I think we're going to solve it, in the next few years through some action plan or some, fancy technological solution? No, not at all. I don't think so. I think it's a much bigger problem than that, and I think it requires a whole range of tools. But the good thing is we have many of them. But it's going to be costly, it's going to take time, it's going to take coordination, and it's going to be hard to bring on board companies who are benefiting from the current system, etc., etc. But I think at least by demonstrating that we need to do it, then that at least can motivate the discussions and us to going forwards on this.
Thank you. Well, it's very, very good that you have demonstrated what needs to be doing. But why? I'm just sitting here wondering, why is so little being done, and why has so little been done already? Where is it coming from? Has it to do with cost of research? Is it political? Is it something else?
Yeah, you're thinking, why is? I think there are two questions.
Yes,
so
yes.
Why do we not have enough knowledge in this area? That's one question. And then why aren't governments, etc., doing enough? And that's another question. Of course, they're linked because governments often fund research, and as does private organizations. But I think those are two different kinds of questions. And for research, I don't know. Like, I have tried all my life to study this and to gain funding and so forth. I'm doing right now. I think that there certainly has been some efforts to do more research in this area, but exactly why it's not taken off in this way that I think it should. Maybe perhaps outside of Germany, but then where I do think more resources are being spent on this, but that's not related to this form of anti-extremism we're talking about today. It's related to the previous form of anti-extremism and the specific measures that were put in place many, many, many years ago. And what I'm saying is that maybe we haven't realized that the magnitude of the challenge that we're facing now, and have not quite sort of upped the game, become afraid enough of this current form and this current threat that we kind of realize that we need to do more. Why aren't governments doing more? So governments are so there are hopeful signs in what governments are doing, but what I've noticed over many years now is that it seems to be hard to find common ground to fight right-wing extremism politically, the contemporary form. And the sad truth of the matter is that in order for anti-terrorism, anti-extremism work to be very successful, political actors need to come together. And it has to be a discussion where one agrees on a common set of rules, norms, etc. The minute it becomes a political fight, it's very hard to have any measures of this kind be successful. And that's where I think the role of governments are really important. Governments really is the unit in our political system that is meant to embody the whole of the country. So it's important that governments take leadership on this, and that other parties refrain from politicizing unnecessarily the really sort of basic fight against basic contemporary forms of right-wing extremism. And that requires a lot of discipline, and it's a hard work, it's a process, right? So coming together and having discussions like the one that is being initiated here in the Bergen Forum, I think, is one aspect of such a process that is needed in order to bring together actors, create common understandings, etc., so as not to politicize this particular aspect of how we're going to go forward as democracies.
Thank you very much. I also have a question for you, Professor Tonning, and at the end of your talk, you mentioned the QAnon conspiracy theory and the assault on the US Congress as current examples of the specifically Christian apocalyptic movement bound up with the radicalization in the US and Trump's presidency. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Yes, I mean, this is a movement that's kind of very much recruiting right now, and that is probably going to be the next right-wing extremist terrorist threat in the US over the next couple of years, I would think. So what it is, for those who don't know about it, is that there's an idea that someone called Q, some anonymous person, is putting little drops of information from deep in supposedly then Trump's White House, and putting these bits of information out about a great kind of awakening or cleansing, the storm, again this apocalyptic language that I've been discussing, where all the enemies are going to be overthrown, and the enemies are enemies in the so-called deep state. Now there's a kind of insane idea of kind of deep state officials being Satan worshippers, baby eaters, the pedophiles, the sort of extremity of the accusations there. And there's also kind of idea that these are potentially involve members of the media, members of the Democratic Party, members of the bureaucracy, and so you can also already see which are going to be the enemies that are going to be hit by by this this movement. Now, what's interesting about it from my point of view is, you have this apocalyptic voice Q who is kind of sending messages to the faithful, but it's also being blended with specifically with Christian imagery, rhetoric, biblical quotations, and it's being broadcast in a way online through more mainstream or sort of slightly fringe Christian channels in order to recruit and expand. So it's a kind of self-enclosed conspiracy theory where it has all the elements of the apocalyptic point of view, and it's already expressed itself in this storming of Congress, and it's kind of partly coming out of the disappointment of Trump's lost election, and if you're listening, Donnie, you did lose, okay, but there's this Trump then is a kind of messianic figure in this perspective, and so on and so on. So, but there's an interesting kind of overlap here where, as I said, the QAnons are trying to recruit Christians for their fascist cause, just like Ezra Pound was doing back in the 1930s. So it seems to me a perfect example of everything that I've been discussing that's happening right now, and that we need these tools to really understand. And yeah, I mean, I think that I was very struck by listening to your talk, Christoph, as I said before to you as well, that these are two, in a way, echo chambers trying to be connected in a kind of recruitment way, and how do we stop that? How do we counteract that? Is very interesting, and and these conspiracy theories that also are thoroughly anti-democratic, as you were saying, Elizabeth. So that it seems to me to be an example that brings together a lot of what we've been talking about.
Thank you very much, Professor Tony. Do you have any comments or follow-up questions to that? Either of you?
Maybe a comment to Elizabeth regarding what she said in terms of governments, right? So I completely agree to this also, but at the same time I also think that it's also, of course, the responsibility for the companies, right? So the industry. So of course, here in Norway, the government has a quite good influence on what is happening. But what about other countries? Yeah? And where governments do not have so much control about what is happening, right? Especially in larger broadcasters and in the media, yeah, in whatever. Yeah, think about and if you think a little bit further about that. Why is Facebook, for example, not doing something or more? That's always the question. Why do they not more about those groups, right? So because from a technological point of view, we can identify quite easily, I would say, groups of people with methods we have available in online social networks. Yeah? We can also use language models to identify what people talk about, and then let it run on a large scale and then identify those groups. Yeah? For me, the question is, and similar, we can also do then maybe with fake news, fact checking, and stuff like that. But for me, also a question is why do we not do more about that? Maybe it's also about the money, right? So if it hurts, then we do something. Yeah. So yeah, and if governments then say like you have to do that, yeah, because otherwise that costs you money. Look at the European Commission. Look about GDPR. Then all of a sudden, it costs a lot of billions to Google. To of course we do something about that. Yeah? So I don't know. That's my thought in this respect also a lot.
Thank you. Would you like to comment on that, any of you, or shall we move on to another question?
Yeah, no, I mean, it pays, I think, for people to be in these bubbles because they're self-reinforcing and they, it generates business, and so there's no draw to sort of get them out of that cycle from the company point of view. Would that be fair to say, do you think?
I think for misinformation, for example, here you can say like, okay, misinformation, you cannot trust the medium anymore. Yeah? So if you lose the trust, then people say, yeah, don't go there because that's not trustworthy, right? But I think we also maybe have to think about those echo chambers and those groups. What we have to educate our kids. What does that mean? When you use that medium and so on. So I'm a little bit hesitant to say more about that. But I think we see where that goes to maybe, and what we should do about that.
I had a question that I'd like to ask of Erik. So, you seem, in your work, of course, that's your perspective is that you care about texts and what's written. And so forgive me for being a social scientist about it, but does it matter, in your view? Does it matter that, say, the manifesto of the 22nd of July terrorists in Norway is still so easily available online for people to read? Sort of from your perspective on the influence, the meanings of texts, and sort of, does it matter?
I mean, yes, words do matter, and the sort of becoming implicated in a kind of closed apocalyptic bubble of self-reinforcing sign systems, it does matter because it's going to be very, very hard to sort of go beyond it, see outside it, these radicalization processes are precisely going on, by handing on of this material constantly. So yes, no, I absolutely think it matters. Again, what you were talking about teaching children, Christopher. One important point is to kind of teach people to recognize when they are in an apocalyptic bubble, when they are getting good information and when they are not, they're getting poor information, and to start sort of recognizing those processes of othering, that sort of sacralizing language of redemptive violence, for instance, is hugely important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll take the opportunity then to pull us back to the research you've done, Professor Ivers Flaten, on public opinion, and you looked at many countries in Europe and also within the EU, but also the UK, and you're emphasizing similarities. Did you find any notable differences between these countries in your work, and how they are confronting their challenge?
So in my work, the striking aspect is the similarity. So what I showed you today is kind of representative of that. I do find when it comes to questions about including Muslim minorities, ideas about what democracy means, this very narrow conception of what right-wing extremism is, neo-Nazism, specific historical version, that is something that is common across Western European democracies, and I think it's, again, then different in Central and Eastern Europe, simply because there the big threat to the social order isn't seen to be from, or for various historical reasons also not seen to be from the right, but from the left, related to the communist legacy. So there is a division there in Europe a bit, but within Western Europe I've been struck time and again as to similarities of patterns. What we do find is that countries respond very differently to, and the public responds very differently to the far-right parties. So the parties that participate in parliament and sometimes in government, but that oftentimes base their political programs on a version of a sort of an idea of Islamization. So those parties are treated very differently in different countries, and it's an interesting question why that is. Part of it has to do with these parties themselves and whether they're very narrow-mindedly pursuing this project or it's part of a bigger portfolio. But it also has to do with, I think, a legitimizing force of democracy, which is worrying, which is that the more you take part in the democratic system, the more you get perceived as legitimate, regardless of whether you have moderated your political content. So I see a lot of differences regarding how countries treat their far right and what role the far right parties have in sort of defining how these discussions happen. And in Norway, the far right has had a very prominent role in defining. That's more prominent, perhaps, than most other European countries.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is a very poignant point and a good place to finish. Thank you very much, all of you, for your contribution to the panel here. Very, very fascinating, and as I said already, very positive that you all have suggestions as to what to do. So now we are taking a coffee break until 16:45, and then we'll meet back here with a keynote by Bjørn Ihler. Thank you very much. Welcome to the keynote here in Bergen. It is being held by Mr. Björn Ihler, who's a co-founder and the director of the Khalifa Ihler Institute. He's also the chair of the Independent Advisory Committee to the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. His talk today is titled Fighting Back, the Future of Governance in the Global Struggle Against Violent Extremism. Welcome, Björn.
Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you for being here, excellencies, delegates, and academics. Let me also thank the Center for Analysis of the Radical Right and the University of Bergen for their collaboration and support in organizing and hosting this international dialogue forum. I hope over the next couple of days that we can really move the needle on this issue that we're all tackling, and I'm invigorated and excited by the academic panel we had earlier today and learning more about the research that's being done here as well as internationally on this important issue. When it comes to the roots of extremism, and I think we need to start there, one of the places I always go back to is this room, the room on the slides. This is courtroom 600 in Nuremberg, in the Justizpalast in Nuremberg in southern Germany. This is where Nazis were gathered after the end of the Second World War and convicted of crimes against humanity. What was done here was the world coming together and taking a stance against the violence and extremism of the Nazi regime. It was also setting a precedence for how we wanted the world to be governed in the years to follow. In many ways, you can trace concepts to some extent back to this courtroom. I traveled here in 2014, 3 years after the attack on Oslo and Utøya Island, in order to learn more about what historic Nazism was and how it had influenced modern Nazism. And I think that was a turning point in my understanding of violent extremism and where it comes from. One of the things I learned about there was the fact that the grandfather and father of Hermann Göring, one of the central Nazis in the Nazi regime, was a leader in the German colony in Namibia. And one of the forces, driving forces behind the genocide on the Herero people and other Namibian groups. And it really was, to some degree, the first genocide of the 20th century. And it speaks to some interesting elements of where some of the ideas behind genocide comes from. It comes from a very colonial mindset to some extent. It comes from a very Western mindset to some extent, and from a mindset of groups being more and less worthy than others. The Genocide Convention says that genocide is any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. It lists then a bunch of different ways in which these groups are being eliminated, persecuted, and denied their right of existence. Many years after the trial in Nuremberg against the prominent Nazis of the Nazi regime, I myself went to this courtroom in the court in Oslo, where I testified against Anders Behring Breivik. Breivik had, at that point, blown up the government headquarters here in Norway. He had taken 77 lives. He had committed one of the worst mass shootings in the history of mass shootings, really, on Utøya Island. And he had done all of this because he believed that he was better than other people in a very similar way to what the Germans believed in Namibia and what they subsequently believed during the Nazi regime. You see, a lot of the roots of why Breivik wanted to kill us was not because we were different from him. I myself am a young white man from Norway, much like Breivik was a young white man from Norway. He killed us because we wanted, or tried to kill us, because we wanted a pluralist Norway, an open and welcoming and democratic Norway, one in which equality existed, not one in which we based our society on this idea of supremacy that we have explored throughout the academic sessions today as well. Anti-Semitism, racism, and Islamophobia is all kind of wrapped up in this same mindset. But one of the questions that we are constantly coming back to as we struggle with our global efforts to counter and prevent violent extremism, as violent extremism may lead to terrorism, is really grappling with the idea from a universalistic perspective. We have a very prescriptive approach to it in many ways. We tend to base ourselves off of designations and lists when it comes to understanding who we view as extremists or terrorists. But that's not a very good approach, and very quickly leads down a path of trying to whack malls, as I keep referring to the arcade game. And so, in 2015, I was elected to chair a working group, interagency working group among various UN agencies on how youth could contribute better in the global struggle against violent extremism. And one of the questions I really came up with as I started that journey was trying to figure out, what the hell do we mean by extremism? There's no global definition. There's no one single definition. Within the UN system itself, I found close to 100 different definitions among all of the member states. There are several hundred definitions of both what violent extremism means and what terrorism means. This causes problems, not only in our ability to speak to each other and communicate on the issue, but in our ability to take concrete and effective steps in fighting back against the radicalization of individuals into violent extremism that may lead to terrorism. And we naturally all want to avoid terrorism. So I sat down and started working on what the fundamental roots of all of the forms of violent extremism that I had observed were. At this point, I had been traveling around the globe for a couple of years, meeting with former extremists. I'd met with members of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. I had met with former members of white supremacist organizations in the US and in Canada. I had met with neo-Nazis and former neo-Nazis in Germany and in the UK and many, many other places. And one of the things that I found unified all extremists, whether they were coming at it from a white supremacist perspective, whether they were coming at it from an Islamophobic perspective, a homophobic perspective, Islamist perspective, etc., were that they all struggled with the fact that we all live in pluralistic societies. We all live in societies that by nature are diverse. People are different from each other, and we all need to learn to live with that in many ways. White supremacists want to live in purely white societies. Islamophobes want to live in societies without any Muslims. Anti-Semites want to live in societies with any people of the Jewish faith. And so there's all of these different groups that people view themselves as part of, as members of an in-group, and out-groups that they view as the enemy that has to be exterminated along a similar ideological thinking to that fueled these genocides that we saw prosecuted in Nuremberg. And so the simple unifying theory of what violent extremism is that I since then has based my work on is that violent extremism is the violent denial of diversity. Now, we have to pick that apart a little bit further. First of all, it's important that we specify that it is violent extremism that we're dealing with, not just extremism. Extremism itself can be a driver for innovation, it can be a driver for good in some ways. We need people who are diverting from the norm in several ways, including when it comes to the thinking on what extremism is and how to counter it. But we also need to acknowledge the violent element of the violent extremism in itself and as it may lead to terrorism. So, a fellow Norwegian once came up with more comprehensive understanding of violence than what I have been able to do. His name was Johan Galtung. He founded the field of peace and conflict studies and has done many strange things since then, but that was one of the kind of foundational elements of my field of study. And what he came up with was a concept of violence as three-part. He described it as cultural violence, structural violence, and direct violence. Direct violence is what most of us would say constitutes terrorism. Like when a violent extremist goes to the extreme of blowing up a building, of shooting someone, of committing a mass atrocity, that is an act of direct violence where violence is physically being executed. Then you have structural violence. That is the violence that is embedded into our societies in many ways. The violence, for instance, embedded in apartheid up until, well, still ongoing in some ways today, but up until the end of the apartheid regime in South Africa, that was a significant structurally violent and oppressive society where the violence was built into law, where white supremacy was the law. Then we have cultural violence. And this is a much more difficult topic to grapple with in many ways, and one that we need to grapple with in order to adequately be able to address violent extremism. Cultural violence is what we see on the streets as everyday racism, comments, remarks. We see it also spread across the internet and across the platforms that we have invited to take part in this forum, and that we're excited to be working with in order to try to challenge some of these abuses. And so we need to challenge all of those forms of violence in order to truly fight back against all forms of violent extremism. And we need to do so from a universalistic approach, where we do not go down the trap or fall into the trap of challenging some forms of extremism while ignoring others. We have seen a massive imbalance in how we are addressing different forms of extremism that may in itself constitute some form of structural violence, where we are empowering groups and narratives that are fueling Islamophobia, in particular when it comes to how we are challenging only specific types of extremism while blatantly ignoring other forms of extremism. And I think it's important that we apply a universalistic approach in order to embody what we want to do when trying to challenge extremism, namely create healthier, better, and more diverse spaces. This is a global problem. It's not a problem that is necessarily unique to Western Europe, although white supremacism certainly is something that stems in many ways from Western Europe. We also see it across Eastern Europe. We see it in Southern Europe. We have seen it in fascist regimes in Spain and Italy. We see it right now in Afghanistan, where in many ways you can describe the Taliban as a far-right organization. We see it in Brazil, we see it in Chile, we see it in the Philippines, we see it so many places. And so by having a universalistic approach, we will be able to challenge it not only here, but everywhere. And because these groups are interconnected, playing in many ways off of each other, by challenging it globally, we can truly make an impact in fighting back. Another element of violent extremism that we often see is this idea of supremacy in some sort of interplay with an idea of fear, quite often the fear of extermination. White supremacists want to fight back against black people because they see it as see even the existence of people of color as a threat against the white race, as in is wrapped up in the 14 words. We see this in different forms of extremism as well, where this fear of extinction and the idea of supremacy are really intertwined in complex ways that to most of us, thankfully, do not necessarily make sense, but at the same time, we need to try to understand this in order to help people build their comfort with diversity, with living in pluralistic communities and societies. In order to do this, we have created already several bodies of work, I would say, upon which we can build as we're building towards a future of challenging and fighting back against extremism. Some of these, including the one that is currently on the slides, are building on ideas of universality. The Charter of the United Nations opens with "We the peoples" of the United Nations. It's speaking about unity, it's speaking about people, it's speaking about how this applies to everyone, not just someone. And this is another element that we see reflected time and time again across extremist groups, where they are quite often advocating for things like human rights, but only human rights for specific groups of humans, not for humans as a whole. And I think this is an important discourse to mix into the discourse on how we challenge violent extremism, because quite often we are in challenging territory where elements of what's being done in the name of fighting extremism is in itself breaching human rights, breaching with some of the principles that we have set down to guide the way in which our societies are working. However, understanding where those principles are coming from, why our societies function in the way they do, and how we came to the conclusions of our societies should be functioning this way is really key in order to be able to build further on that. And so when it comes to, for instance, the idea of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we need to understand not only individual rights for individual groups of people, we need to understand the document as a whole, we need to understand how there needs to be a balance between rights as well, and how the rights are intended not only to protect a majority, but also to protect minorities. One example of this is when we speak about how tech companies can be taking down, for instance, terrorist manifestos or terroristic content in different ways from their platforms. Quite often we're challenged by groups who are proclaiming that they are speaking about human rights and about, in particular, the right to freedom of expression. However, how can people who are already marginalized groups who are subject to hate, subject to threats of violence, who are not necessarily able to express themselves without facing such threats, how are they able to express themselves in spaces where hatred is allowed, where abuse is allowed, where threats of violence and threats of terrorism are allowed? This becomes a challenge where already marginalized groups quite often end up being robbed of their freedom of expression in favor of the freedom of expression of a silent majority sometimes, and sometimes a majority that remains silent while a minority of that majority, to some extent, advocates for the free expression of people who are advocating for violence against minority communities. This is a problem and something that we need to figure out how to address in a holistic way, in a universalistic way, in a way that is aligned with the fundamental rights to life and to dignity for all people. I'm going to take a sip of water now, because I've been talking quite loudly for quite some time. And so, to some extent, we come back to the question of how humanity should look, how we should govern our societies as a whole. And we come back to the idea that we need institutions that are able to protect not only the majority, but also minorities. We need the ability to protect our communities and the diversity that is embedded in them. And we need to learn to celebrate and embrace that diversity as something that strengthens our communities and not something that poses any form of threat to those communities. So, I think I skipped a slide. Let's see. Nope. Sorry about this. So we are kind of stepping over to how we can manifest this in what I'm calling a new era of governance. The international order, in many ways, as manifested by the United Nations, whose headquarters are on the current slides, is an institution that is rooted in the nation states as the fundamental building blocks for how we are conducting international collaboration. At the same time, through globalism and the financial world, we have seen a large degree of collaboration among non-governmental organizations, but corporate entities. What we're seeing today evolving, and what I think this forum marks a shift in, is where part of the dialogue and conversations on global governance are coming from a place of civil society organizations coming together, calling together representatives of governments, calling together representatives of the corporate sector, and truly trying to establish a form of collaboration from the bottom up in a different way than what we have seen much of in the past in order to tackle some of these global challenges. And so that is one of the unique elements of this forum, and one of the things that I hope will give this forum the strength to move forward in the collaboration that has been established here between civil society organizations and academia, as well as our collaborators in government and in the corporate sector. The question really remains, how do we govern our shared spaces? We are sharing these spaces that exist right now beyond borders in new and really, frankly, exciting ways. We have companies that have more users than there's ever been a number of citizens of any nation in the history of the world. And the policies and terms and conditions and end user license agreements and whatever other terminology is being used of these companies is governing these large groups of people, and the spaces within which we as members of society congregate and are able to have our discussions, able to learn from each other, able to see each other. And we need to have a say in how these spaces are governed and how these societies and communities and platforms for collaboration and coexistence are being shaped. And that's really one of the things that we are looking at over these next couple of days. One question that constantly comes up here is the balance between how civil society engagement can work in collaboration with privately owned entities, where the civil society sector can offer, for instance, oversight, offer requests for transparency, and for a better understanding of how these platforms are governed. This can happen in interplay with governments, as we have seen happening plenty of times, where we can call for regulation of platforms, where we can call for things like privacy regulation, like the European GDPR legislation, which is an excellent example of how civil society groups, to some extent, also has informed how governments and intergovernmental bodies are governing or shared online spaces. That same effort can be applied to the problem of violent extremism and the concept of violent extremism and how we are tackling that. And that's already being done in some ways through platforms like the Christchurch Call, as well as through the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. What we're looking at here is not really abstract concepts as much as true multi-stakeholderism, in which members from all across society are being heard in decision-making processes that affect us all, that exist among a range of different bodies that all have stakes in the game of governing these platforms and communities. We in the civil society sector have a role in providing both oversight and insights into guiding how platforms and entities are regulating the spaces in which we exist. But we can also look towards the future and say what we wish for those communities and those platforms that facilitate those communities to look like in the future. And I think that's the key role for civil society there. At the same time, we can also work in educating both the public and the corporate sector in how these spaces are being formed, in how they are forming, and how they are being used by different actors, including bad actors, and how we can counter that. And so, in many ways, the next question really is, where do we go next? Where can we build on this multi-stakeholder forum, to some extent, that this forum and many other forums are, and how can we use this as a platform to push further in the global struggle against violent extremism? We need to focus on innovation, first of all. We need to focus on not only the innovation of technology, but also innovations of what good governance and good social infrastructure looks like on the platforms we are talking about. What does good governance look like when you're talking about a space that exists not in physical space, but purely online? What does good governance look like when you are not looking at established governmental institutions that have their roots and foundations in centuries and millennia of political philosophy, but rather in more or less purebred capitalism? What does good governance look like when you don't have the institutions of separation of power that is a fundamental principle within how democratic states are working, but still govern more people than any government does? Second to that, or not necessarily second to that, but in parallel with that, we also have to question what a good social infrastructure looks like on these platforms. By social infrastructure, I mean how we lay the foundations for effective collaboration and positive coexistence between people. How can we inform design decisions within platforms in order to do this? One example is, for instance, how Twitter now is asking you to read articles before you retweet. That design element in itself is an element that is intended, at least, to stop the spread of misinformation. And I think it is one that we will see helps. Other elements of design that are interesting in how these spaces are right now becoming, in some ways, more health conscious, at least, is what we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, where, for instance, on Instagram, any posts regarding COVID-19 or vaccination, etc., contains a little information box about or where you can learn more about COVID-19 from reliable sources. I don't see any good reason why we couldn't do similar things to posts that are encouraging, say, violent extremism of different sorts. And I think that is the natural next evolution of these spaces. And I think that's something we can call for and something we can encourage our friends in the corporate sector to implement as we evolve in the design and building and construction of the social infrastructure of the platforms on which we are conducting our social lives. We already have some mechanisms for this. I mentioned already the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. And one element of that is what's called the hash sharing database that shares thumbprints of primarily pictures and video right now, where if something is posted on one platform, it's shared among a multitude of platforms and can be taken down from several without it being spread like wildfire, as we have seen in the aftermath of attacks like the mosque shooting in Christchurch. This is one helpful mechanism, but I think we need to look beyond this. We need to look at what else we can do in order to really, truly not only be whacking moles again, because that's what a hash sharing database is. It is, again, us waiting for something to happen in order to be able to put it into the system and then subsequently be able to automate the ways in which it's being taken down from the platforms. What we need in terms of technological innovation is better understanding of voice. We need to understand a variety of languages from our automated perspective in order to empower moderators who can't all speak all different languages in order to also tackle the violent extremism that exists in minority languages. Moderation is getting relatively good in English, but English is only one of many languages. Here in Norway, there's about 5 million people who speak Norwegian, which is, in the global scope of things, a tiny, tiny language. At the same time, we do have extremist content being spread in Norwegian, and it is important that we enable tech platforms to adequately identify and understand this content and remove it from their platforms, which is impossible to do at scale right now due to the size of the language versus the priorities of the companies. And also, some companies are small and don't have the capacity to do this. And so in that, automation and artificial intelligence-based voice understanding is really key, and as well as a better understanding of language in general and text in general. Part of that is also understanding the context within which content appears. Quite often, you will see elements of journalism affected by counter-extremism or counter-terrorism policies within companies where you don't necessarily have the contextual understanding of what they are actually looking at. And so it goes against a notion of what community standards are, but at the same time, it removes the documentation of breaches of human rights. It removes the important work of journalists and human rights activists from around the world. And so that is key to add to the understanding of what's needed as well. As was mentioned during the academic panel earlier, we also need to talk about or filter bubbles or echo chambers, and about how we can not only design algorithms better, sorting algorithms better, in order to try to break these echo chambers or bubbles, but also how we can prioritize healthier content that gives a more nutritious diet to the online users in order to build further on the references from the previous panel. Looking beyond just social media is also key. When we talk about the governance of online spaces, we tend to think about the Facebooks and the Twitters of the world, we quite often fail to think about the companies like GoDaddy that, when they took down the Daily Stormer after the marches following Trump's election, showed that as a hosting company, a company that provides the URL addresses that you type into your keyboard in order to view web pages, as well as the server space on which the web pages live, they have a direct impact on what is actually accessible and viewable on the web. And once GoDaddy took that down, a range of other companies followed suit, making sure that the Daily Stormer basically had nowhere to live online. This poses not only an opportunity for taking down dangerous content and for empowering companies in governing their spaces in better ways, but also a challenge in how we understand the concept of the right to congregate and the right to freely express opinions. However, as I addressed earlier, the balancing of rights between the rights to liberty and to dignity versus the right to express yourself is a constant struggle and something that disproportionately disempowers already disempowered minorities. And so it's important that we look at that from not only an individual rights perspective, but from a universalistic perspective, where we understand both the universal application of the rights and rights as a whole. Further to that, we also need to look at how technology in many ways works, builds on each other in a Lego-like fashion, I like to say. One system quite often has elements of other systems built into them. I do tech development sometimes, and so quite often you have one open source system that is the underpinnings of the rest of the systems that you're building. And I think in that it is important to understand also how structural inequalities might be built into these systems and how that in itself might constitute some form of structural violence. I think during the COVID-19 pandemic, one thing that we have seen in particular is how the antibacterial dispensers pick up better on certain skin tones than other skin tones, and so certain groups have been virtually rendered unable to clean their hands with antibacterial and antiviral solutions within a system that is unable or incapable of detecting all forms of human skin. And so that's just one example of how structural racism is sometimes built into the infrastructure of our technologies as well. That also has an impact on things like how Twitter is cropping photos when showing them, how different algorithms that are affecting lives in different ways, from not so severe to quite severe, are affecting people, including as artificial intelligence is taking it into court systems and being used in order to automate judicial processes in certain legislatures, which has further enhanced some of the structural racism that already existed in those communities by building on pre-existing data that was built on human biases and so led to the amplification of those biases. All of this is important to understand as background in order to also look at the innovation space as we are tackling these issues. However, we are gathered here today in order to also talk about how concretely we can build towards this future. And in that, we have kind of been working on this Bergen Plan of Action. The Bergen Plan of Action is trying to present some sort of framework and starting point for what we hope will be a longer collaboration between all of the participants in the forum over the next couple of days, as well as all of the stakeholders in the multi-stakeholder space surrounding the challenging issues of countering violent extremism and terrorism, both online and offline. The starting point for this was a desire to translate what we have learned over the last decade since the 22nd of July attacks in 2011 into action. We have seen many evolutions over the last decade. We have seen things like the Christchurch Call come up. We have seen things like the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism be established. We have seen several evolutions over the global terrorism strategy coming out of the United Nations. But we need to figure out concrete steps in how we want to translate that into action. And so that is the challenge for these next couple of days. However, we put down some ideas going into this forum. The first of which is that we need a principled approach to counter terrorism and violent extremism. We need a universalistic understanding of what we are talking about and how we are addressing it. And we need to build this on the understanding of universality as it relates to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in particular, as well as equality before the law and the policies and guidelines of different corporations and governmental entities in particular. This necessitates a whole of society approach, inclusive of individuals, governments, and the corporate sector, and civil society organizations to provide a wide range of expertise and oversight in order to address some of the challenges we are facing in the global governance of these spaces. A second idea that we wanted to present is the idea of establishing a college of moderators. All of the tech platforms have their own moderation crews, quite often quite large ones. For the larger companies, there are, however, smaller companies as well that don't have the ability to invest similarly in moderation and content moderation to what some of the tech giants are. And so it is important that a college of moderators is something that benefits not only the giant corporations, but also smaller corporations in order to establish a learning network to better contextualize and understand the content that moderators are dealing with, but also in order to understand the wider context and range of issues and challenges that are being faced by the wider field of content moderation, including the objective of upholding human rights. Elements that are important to this include not only training in recognition of material, but also focus on the mental health of content moderators who quite often are exposed to content that would cause anyone secondary post-traumatic stress disorder. But these people are being exposed to that on a daily basis and on a frequent basis, and it is important that we take care of the humans who are actually doing the brunt of this work at the moment. In addition, we need that to better inform how we're building algorithmic moderation and artificial intelligence-based moderation going down into the future. In order to accomplish this, we need to robustly resource an independent inter-organizational consortium, as we're calling it, of moderators. And this is something that is urgently needed also so that moderators from each of the companies can learn from each other, which is really key to meaningfully create collaboration within the space of countering online violent extremism. The next element that we are proposing is the establishment of a rapid response task force to support local authorities in limiting the impact of terrorist attacks and activities. We know that regardless of what we do, we are likely to see other terrorist attacks. We're likely to see communities torn apart in devastating ways, as we have seen here in Norway. And we're likely to see governments and local communities struggling with this for years to come. Here in Norway, it's been a decade since 2011, and many are still struggling with the impact of that. We also saw the ripple effects of that attack manifesting particularly in Christchurch, where the terrorist directly cited Anders Behring Breivik and the terrorist attack in Norway as a source of inspiration. This was also covered extensively in the recent national report that came out in New Zealand on the Christchurch attack. And I think that illustrates how important it is that we adequately respond in the immediate aftermath of terrorist attacks in order to try to limit these ripple effects. However, local communities are not really set up for that necessarily. Local governments are not necessarily really set up for that. 2011, for instance, caught Norway by complete surprise. I believe the attack in Christchurch caught the government of New Zealand by relatively complete surprise. And I think there are ways we have learned that are better and worse when it comes to dealing with the immediate aftermath of these attacks, both from a communication perspective, from a tech governance perspective, but also from a human perspective, where establishing a rapid response task force could, for instance, be immensely valuable in supporting local mental health staff in providing much needed assistance to survivors and other people who are affected by terrorist attacks that do occur. And so a fundamental and important element of what we are proposing is the establishment of such a response task force that will be able to work with local communities, support in developing both short-term solutions and long-term strategies, working with relevant leaders at both state level and local level, and work across a range of sectors from the communication sector through the legislative sector and down to mental health and the welfare of survivors and affected people. The other thing that we are proposing in this plan of action is a global hub for civil society. It's being referenced time and time again within forums such as the second anniversary dialogues after the Christchurch call to action that was held back in May of this year, as well as within foundational documents such as the 7th review of the global terrorism strategy from the UN, that civil society has an important role to play in countering and preventing terrorism and violent extremism. And I think this forum in itself is a manifestation of that, where civil society is in some ways leading the charge and coming together and pushing our friends in government and in the corporate sector further in these efforts. And so one question that remains in some of those texts and in some of those forums is how we can meaningfully engage. How can civil society meaningfully contribute to these efforts? And quite often, when asked directly, as I, of course, have done, governments and corporations come up short in answering that direct question. And that is something that we as civil society need to come together and solve. However, we need to do that through a coordinated effort by working together as civil society and by having our frankly, better funded stakeholders support those efforts in order to make it possible for civil society to meaningfully be engaged in these dialogues, debates, forums, and platforms for shaping the future of our shared global spaces. Last but not least, we are proposing a tech innovation fund in order to produce technologies that are rooted in best practice research and analysis in order to support the other aims proposed in the plan of action, as well as in developing cutting-edge technologies that might be helpful in fighting back against structural injustices within the technology sector, as well as violent extremism as a whole. Establishing such a fund could also lead us to invest in new technologies that can have a wider impact across society. And so my proposal is that we form this as an impact investment fund where we invest in technologies that will have an impact in countering and preventing violent extremism, but also can have ripple effects across the sector in many different ways. In conclusion, it's time to act, and it's time that we all step up and come together in this effort. And so I'm really excited that we are able to gather so many of the leading voices within this field over these next couple of days in order to really hammer out what the future of our field is and how we can build further on this plan of action, as well as further on the work that has already been established in order to try to create better communities, safer communities, communities which celebrate diversity, in which we all can coexist, communities in which the universal application of rights and the equality in our understanding of applications of those rights are key. So with that, thank you all very much. I look forward to a couple of days of fruitful dialogues.
welcome back to Bergen to the commemorative event. We start with an address and a presentation of flowers by a mother of Sheridan.
Tēnei te mihi, kia tātou katoa, e hui hui, nei I tēnei rā. Kia kātou, nā whānau, o te hunga ki ua, rero rero, I konei, I mihi aroha, kia kātou. Ki te hāpori whānau, tēnā koutou. Ki ngā tangata whenua, tēnā koutou. Ki ngā mata, e kora, koutou, I whare tia. Haere, haere, mō mai rā. Ko Vanessa Sverberg toko ingoa. He uri ahau no Norway no Aotearoa. Ko tūhoi, ko Ngāti Whātua nā iwi. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. On July 17th, 1997, the day my beautiful daughter Sheridan was born, I wrote the following. Welcome to my world, my beautiful bundle of happiness. Mummy will love, cherish, adore and protect you. Always and forever, my princess. This is my promise to you. And for 14 years and 5 days, I kept my promise that I made to my baby girl. Sheridan Megan Nahiwi Svebot Byrne, nicknamed Sese, was my firstborn daughter. 7 years after Sheridan was born, we welcomed our second princess, Savannah. And 6 years after Savannah, my husband and I were blessed with our third beautiful princess, Sydney. On the day our two younger daughters were born, I made the same promise to them, to love, cherish, adore, and to protect them, just as I had made that same promise to their big sister, Sheridan. I could stand here for days and show digital photo albums of our daughters, of our life both here in Norway and in New Zealand. As a mum, bragging about my girls is my right. But I wasn't asked to speak with you briefly today about the warm and fuzzy of being a mother to my daughters. I am here to speak in part about my daughter Sheridan. Sheridan was born in my birth country, Aotearoa, New Zealand. She was our United Nations child. Sheridan was born in New Zealand. She was an American citizen because of her father, and a Norwegian citizen because of mine. Growing up in a culturally diverse family, Sheridan loved her heritage. She loved everything about the diversity in her family's ethnic backgrounds, and she embraced what it meant to be a child of the world. Sheridan loved our life, and she loved us, her family. Sheridan's dreams were no different to any other young 14-year-old girl that you would find in any school in the world. She wished for herself a future. As parents, we wish that for her and her sisters. That is our job. Summer 2011, 10 years ago, my life, my world, was irreversibly changed. July 22nd, 2011, the unimaginable happened. One man decided that my daughter's life was worthless. And he stole from her her right to choose, her right to dream, and her right to a future. At a summer camp on an island here in Norway, an hour away from where our family home is, our 14-year-old daughter called me 5 times that day. With each telephone call, my happy-go-lucky bundle of joy, who was excited to have met the former Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, that morning, her voice had changed from the ecstatic teenager to a terrified child begging her mother for help. My last phone call with her lasted 2 minutes. Mum, you have to call the police. There is a man shooting here on the island. No one can get through to the police. Please, Mum, you have to save us. Save me, Mum. Less than 10 minutes after Sheridan called me, my daughter was shot twice in her back while she was running down a steep hill to look for a crevice to hide in. My daughter was found lying face down in the water in a pool of her own blood. My daughter didn't die immediately of her injuries. While Sheridan waited for help, she slowly bled to death on the island of Utoya. The last time our family had been together was on her birthday, 5 days earlier. Sheridan was 14 years and 5 days old when she was killed. I was asked to humanise academia. You do not need to be a parent to know what it is like to lose someone you love deeply. But you do need to be a parent to know what it could possibly feel like to lose a child. No words can simply describe what life the last 10 years have been like without Sheridan. I'm a mum. I made a vow to protect my daughters. And in following up that promise, educating frontline practitioners and governments, I advocate for victims and their families that are just like us. Contrary to most other forms of violence, terrorist violence is triangular. There is a perpetrator, a victim, and a target, or several. The direct victim of violence is only a secondary target, although he or she might be part of a general target population. While in a political assassination, the victim and target are identical. This is not always so in terrorism. The indirect victim is in fact the primary or ultimate target of terror. The victims of terrorist attacks are usually defenceless civilians and unarmed combatants. Terrorists make no distinction between civilians and others. They do not discriminate against their victims. Terrorists target civilians partly because they're easier targets than the security forces. But they also target them because sudden, unprovoked attacks on innocent people peacefully leading their daily lives creates shock, terror, and confusion, but also anger far beyond the immediate victims. With terrorism, in contrast to other forms of violence, the direct victims of violence are used to terrorize others who identify with them and gratify those who identify with the terrorists or their cause. For terrorists, the victims themselves really matter. Many types of natural disasters such as floods, tornadoes, and hurricanes follow regional and seasonal patterns. These patterns provide some degree of familiarity and predictability for community victims, emergency responders, and disaster relief workers. But when a major disaster like the 22nd of July, it caused by deliberate human acts, sudden and unexpected threats, horror and destruction inevitably impact innocent and unsuspecting people in the course of their daily routines. The resulting deaths and property destruction become reminders to many of their own vulnerability and their inability to keep their loved ones out of harm's way. When fostering terror is a goal, the threat of attack at any time and in any public setting is implicit and intended. The psychology and emotional after effects of a major disaster like July the 22nd are more severe and longer lasting when the disaster results in significant numbers of fatalities, seriously injured victims, and the destruction of businesses and homes. Those most personally touched are likely to experience the greatest suffering. Surviving victims and bereaved families will experience a range of short and long-term impacts that are emotional, physical, financial, and legal. Following terrorist attacks, governments are quick to express their solidarity with the victims of terrorism. But as the memory of the terrorist atrocity fades, political attention for the victim also fades in both government and society. Victims, survivors, and the bereaved families, however, continue to suffer from the consequences: physical, psychological, social, and economic. Just as many of the bereaved families that have experienced a terrorist attack of the 22nd of July here in Norway. In the last decade, we have been flooded with news from and about the global war on terror. The emphasis generally has been on the perpetrators of acts of terrorism and the fight against them, much less on the victims. Traditionally, terrorist research and counter-terrorism policies, as well as the media, have focused more on the terrorist perpetrators and supporters than on the victims of terrorism and those that survived the terrorist attacks. However, victims have, in fact, long been sidelined. In criminology, for example, attention for victims has only slowly emerged since the 1970s. The rights of victims of crimes were not internationally codified until 1985, when the United Nations Declaration of Basic Principles of Justice of Crime and Abuse of Powers was adopted by the General Assembly. Why this long neglect of victims? In recent years, victims' associations, many I have worked closely with, have in the last 10 years begun to make their voices heard. And in some countries like Norway, have a stronger say on the course of events after a terrorist crime has been committed. This development, belated as it is welcomed. After speaking with bereaved families from all over the world, it is our belief that no one has a greater right to be listened to than the victims of terrorism themselves. The victims are innocent and deserving, and are an untapped source of strength that should be mobilised and incorporated in efforts to counter violent extremism. The realisation that victims are best placed to fight terrorism has reached some policymakers. The EU's counter-terrorism coordinator stressed it on an occasion of the European Day of Remembrance of Victims of Terrorism, the 11th of March 2012. She said, "Victims have indeed an important role to play in the prevention of violent radicalisation, and many have already engaged in prevention efforts through public outreach events. As living memory of the consequences of terrorist attacks, victims are best placed to deglamorise and delegitimise the terrorist narrative. Only victims can tell us directly about the horror, about the pain, and prove that there is nothing glorious or divine about it. All acts of terrorism are criminal and unjustifiable. The dehumanisation of victims in all its manifestations is one of the conditions conducive to the spread of terrorism. We need to give victims names and faces and tell their stories and reshift the focus from the perpetrators to the victims. The media focuses still too often solely on those who are responsible for the attacks, on those who are and why they did it. Terrorists look for that publicity and rely on the media to amplify the effects of their acts, inflict psychological harm, and spread fear for political gain. Such statements ought to be welcomed. It is high time that they are followed up by deeds, even in Norway. This past summer, we commemorated 10 years since our daughter was brutally murdered. Every year since Sheridan was killed, we honour her memory by talking about her, teaching today's youth about who Sheridan was, and that her heinous murder is a direct consequence of violent extremism that our family has been forced to live with for the last 10 years and will continue to live with for the rest of our lives. For our family and families like ours, there is no button we can turn off. The victims have names. They are not statistics that we can rattle off at a commemoration. They were someone's daughter, son, husband, wife, sibling, or friend. Their memory is a lived life. The devastation is not what you just see, hear, and feel. Terrorism or violent extremism has a devastating effect that lasts generations. My daughter Sheridan would have celebrated her 24th birthday on July the 17th. Just as the families of the other 76 victims of the noise attacks, we mourn our loved ones each and every day. Preventing similar attacks from happening again is our collective responsibility. We all belong to the world we live in, and all have a responsibility to prevent other families from the devastation my family and I live with every single day. In loving memory of our daughter Sheridan and the other 76 victims of the July 22nd terrorist attacks in Norway and their families. Kia kaha.
Jeg er glad han fikk straffen han fikk. Som kjent skal han leies frem til hver eneste grav. Han skal legge en kurv med fortid og en kurv med fremtid på graven. Han skal ha på seg gallauniform. Han skal i tillegg tømme oppvaskmaskinen til alle foreldrene, gjøre sønners og døtres plikter. Gå på fotball, gå på trening, synge i korene. Han får det travelt. Han skal spille inn en godnattsang til hver eneste en. Der hvor taket falt ned på regjeringsskrivebordet i Y-blokken, skal han stå naken og ensom, med kroppen dekket av velduftende babypudder. Han skal stå alene. En hvit skjerm skal trekkes foran ham. Som kjent er han dømt til å se hver enkelt i øynene. Og som kjent er det ingen som vil se ham i øynene. Det bunnløse reservoaret av selvforsvar skal vendes. Plutselige, modige, uventede spørsmål skal legge ham åpen. Han skal ikke få endre navnet sitt. For hvor han enn kommer, vil noen si navnet hans, og noen vil si navnet hans, og han vil snu seg. Han vil bli den kjente dobbeltgjenger. Han vil bli den kjente botsgjenger. Han skal utføre oppgaven alene, uten bruk av nett, manifest, dukker, stand-ins eller dobbeltgjengere. I dommens premisser ligger også at ingen av disse botsøvelsene må fotograferes, skisses, kartoneres eller filmes. Ingen lydopptak må finne sted. Bare ordet unnskyld kan tas opp. Man kan ikke gå tilbake og endre på noe som er følt. Derfor, og selv om han gjør alt dette, blir det stille.
ago, 77 innocent people was killed in a terrorist attack in Oslo and at Utøya. Like many others, I remember where I was, what I did, when the news of the terror of July 22nd, 2011 reached me. When I try to think back on how I felt then, shock, anger, and sadness are the first things that comes to mind. Then despair, fear, and sadness follow. And everyone in Norway, whether they are directly or indirectly affected, has memories and feelings associated with July 22nd. The memories are a part of us, and they are constant. Our emotions, on the other hand, can vary, both for us as individuals and as a community. Grief can turn to anger, anger to frustration, and from frustration and our emotions spins in all directions. Sometimes back to grief or anger, powerlessness and rage, and other times to will and strength. The memories and the loss of the 77 people who were torn away from us will never go away. 10 years later, it still hurts to think about. It's like a wound that never completely heals. And sometimes it hurts. For some, it hurts more often than for others. And when it hurts, it's good to know that you're not alone. It's good to know that despite the terrorists' attempt to split the Norwegian community, we still stand together. And by his own account, the terrorist said his goal was to hit the ruling party, the Labour Party, which I'm a part of, as hard as possible by going after the party's leaders and our youth, those who will take over after us. And the motive behind the terrorist attacks was our values: freedom, equality, and solidarity. Our common values in Norway, in Europe, and in the world. Values and ideas that have inspired people for hundreds of years to develop civilizations, to develop democracy. Ideas that have given people the strength and courage to stand up to oppression and discrimination. Ideals that continue to inspire people to be a force for change in large parts of the world. Human rights are not a constant entity, which means that if some more have theirs fulfilled, then others will have theirs weakened. Yes, some may have to relinquish some of their privileges, but no one loses their human dignity, the right to choose who they want to be or who they want to love, just because someone else gets the same rights as you. By holding up values such as freedom, equality, and solidarity, more and more people have been given rights and opportunity to take part in our liberal democracy, giving rights to women, workers, gays, lesbians, transgender and binary, minorities and indigenous people. It's not a threat to democracy, but violent ideologies, such as the one that the 22nd of July terrorists stood for, threatened democracy. It creates fear, and it is meant to. It gags voices, and it is meant to gag. And my sincere wish as mayor of Bergen is that we spend the next 10 years taking a political stand against fascist thinking, ideology and violence, racism, misogyny, and all ideology that threatens our liberal democracy, our freedom. It is time for us to stand up and fight for the civil society we want. As elected officials, as academics and students, and all of us as free individuals needs to raise our voice. We cannot accept an attack on our values by right-wing extremists' ideologies of violence, by false conspiracy theories and hatred. And incitement against individuals who speak out about racism, feminism, or climate change. 10 years ago, 77 of our fellow friends lost their life because of what they stood for. It is our duty to continue their legacy and to never be silent and never to forget.
Thank you very much to the wonderful musicians and to the other contributions to this moving and beautiful event here in Bergen. Are we ready for our next contribution? Hello, welcome to Bergen. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Nicolaisen Karamé.
Thank you very much, and hello from Oslo.
We now have a speech by Mr. Konstantin Nicolaisen Karamé. He's a senior advisor on counter-terrorism and prevention of violent extremism in the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The title of his talk is Norway's efforts to prevent violent extremism in Norway and internationally. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and also I would like to thank you for the opportunity to talk here at this commemoration. The testimonies we heard, especially of Ms. Svebak, were a stark reminder of the reason why we do this work we do here at the Ministry and with our colleagues internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, I will, in my speech, address some Norwegian perspectives on the threat from extreme right-wing violence and terrorism. I will also describe Norway's approach to countering the threat from terrorism, whichever denomination it may have, both at home and internationally. As a current member of the United Nations Security Council, terrorism is a topic that is very much high on Norway's agenda. This year marks 20 years since the 9/11 attacks, as well as 10 years since the right-wing terrorist Anders Behring Breivik killed 77 people here in Norway. As we all know, most of them youth politicians at the Labour summer camp. These two attacks have forever changed Norway's perspective on terrorism. Extreme right-wing ideologies have been on the rise over the last decade. Right-wing extremist networks are increasingly showing their willingness to use violence and terrorism as a tool for their cause. We see examples of high-profile attacks becoming sources of inspiration. The internet has connected the world and improved our lives in countless ways, of course, but it is, however, also changing the threat from terrorism. Online platforms are used as tools to radicalize people regardless of where they are located. In Norway, the use of extremist material on online gaming platforms is of particular concern, especially when it comes to right-wing radicalization. We see that conspiracy theories and extremist ideas are easily shared online. We have seen how the internet can accelerate radicalization, and we know that extremists are also exploiting the current COVID-19 pandemic to expand their activities and networks. We note with concern the continued mentioning of the 2011 terrorist attack in Norway in online forums. Sadly, it has also been a motivation for terrorist actors in other countries, including the attack in Christchurch in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, on 22nd July 2011, Breivik performed this attack. In addition to killing many people, many youth, he also injured many of the survivors for life. And we are also very much aware of the situation of the victims. And it is also something that we take much into consideration in our work. 2 years ago, on 10th August 2019, here where I am in Bærum, Philip Manshaus attacked a mosque after killing his own stepsister. Luckily, he didn't manage to kill anyone in the mosque, but he had clear intent to do so. Both Breivik and Manshaus were motivated by racist and white supremacist ideologies. Breivik's views on Islam and socialism were probably established long before the counter-jihad blogs were created. Online radicalization seems not to have been important for his early radicalization process. However, these blogs may certainly have strengthened his radical thinking later on. Breivik likely never discussed his terrorist plans with anyone online. However, Manshaus, on the other hand, underlined himself how important internet and online groups were to his radicalization process. The terror attack in Christchurch in 2019 seems to have been a strong inspiration to Manshaus, in addition to the 22 July attacks. Norway advances a counterterrorism policy focusing on prevention and the whole society approach. Women, young people, civil society, local communities, and governments all play important roles in preventing terrorism. To succeed in countering this threat in the long term, we need to address the root causes of radicalization and establish effective preventive measures. While we need to be clear-eyed about the role of extremist ideologies, we must also address factors leading to grievances, marginalization, exclusion, and injustice. Although underlying drivers of radicalization are often universal, the measures needed will be context-specific, and for them to be effective, they must be implemented with the support and knowledge of local communities, including civil society. Much of our preventive work in this area is based on the Norwegian National Action Plan Against Radicalization and Violent Extremism, which was launched in 2014 and revised in 2020. Norway's experience is that an interdisciplinary approach is an important factor for success. This means involving kindergartens, schools, health services, welfare services, correctional, police, and police security service. We also believe that early intervention is crucial. We have prioritized increasing the knowledge about risk factors, violent ideologies, and effective preventive measures, and have focused on training first-line workers to be able to detect early signs of radicalization. Understanding the threat from violent extremism is crucial. CEREX, the Center for Research on Extremism at the University of Oslo, was, for example, established by the government in 2016. CEREX provides decision makers, law enforcement, journalists, schools, and civil society with up-to-date knowledge of right-wing extremism, and I can assure you that this knowledge is valued and used to prevent the growth of this extremism. Educational institutions are those with the closest contact with young people and younger adults. They are therefore an especially important part of preventive work. To this end, we have launched extra learning resources for the school system to support its work in preventing radicalization, anti-Semitism, racism, and anti-democratic attitudes. Norway is also a strong supporter of the Christchurch Call to Action, which is an important initiative for the removal of violent extremist content online and thus crucial for our efforts to prevent further radicalization. Ladies and gentlemen, Norway is a vocal defender of human rights. We believe that we cannot overemphasize the importance of a human rights-based approach to countering terrorism and violent extremism. All aspects of states' national security practice must comply with international law and uphold human rights, even when dealing with the most serious crimes. We are deeply concerned by the misuse of counterterrorism measures in many countries to silence and oppress human rights offenders, political opponents, and religious or ethnic minorities. Not only does this constitute serious human rights violations in and of itself, but it may also trigger increased radicalization. Further, while new technologies allow us to find new and more effective ways of preventing and countering terrorist threats, not to mention ensuring accountability, there are significant human rights concerns related to the use of many of them. As a result, there are difficult ethical dilemmas at both a national and a global level. Upholding our values, respecting human rights, and adhering to the rule of law while countering terrorism is not a weakness. It is our greatest strength, and it is essential if we are to succeed in the long term. To conclude, we must acknowledge that preventing radicalization and terrorism will continue to be a work in progress and that it will never be fully completed, unfortunately. Therefore, our constant efforts are crucial. We must continue the preventive work while constantly acquiring new knowledge and assess the need for adjustments or new measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your important words, Mr. Nicolaisen Karamé, and for joining us here in Bergen. I don't know if we have Paul Ash here already. Hello, Mr. Paul Ash from New Zealand. Welcome in Bergen. Let me introduce Mr. Paul Ash. He's the Prime Minister's Special Representative on Cyber and Digital and Christchurch Call and Cyber Coordination in New Zealand. He's going to talk to us about New Zealand's reflections on the Christchurch Call. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou katoa, and greetings to our hosts at Bergen University. Tēnei te mihi ki te manuhiri. To Bjorn at the Khalifa Ila Institute and Matthew of the Centre for the Analysis of the Radical Right, tēnā kōrua, and to Bjorn and other survivors of the Atoia massacre. Thank you for the invitation to join you here at this conference to assess and understand the ongoing implications of that tragic day. Hoinoi te whare nei, e mihi atu kia koutou katoa. It's an honour to be invited to speak here at this solemn event commemorating 10 years since the terrorist attack in Oslo and on Utoya Island. I was working and living in Europe with my family at that time, and I remember all too well the mounting sense of shock and of horror as the news came through in real time. And I remember struggling to explain to my young children how we might comprehend the scale of the attack and the effects that it had. Like others before me at this conference, I acknowledge and honour the memory of those who suffered in that attack, including those 77 who are no longer with us. As Prime Minister Solberg has said it in work with the Christchurch Call, the atrocity in Norway was an attack on our democratic values. It was designed to shake our confidence and to undermine the inclusive, open societies in which we live. The attack and the manifesto the terrorists distributed were designed to send messages about who, from the attacker's perspective, did and didn't belong. And it followed a sadly familiar pattern of the use of hatred, of xenophobia, conspiracy, and misogyny to justify violence directed at members of our societies. Just like Norway, New Zealand sees itself as a free, open democracy with strong institutions. Here, they're grounded in the treaty partnership between the Crown and Māori, the indigenous inhabitants of the islands New Zealanders call home. And just like Norway, we're now all too familiar with the feeling of shock, of grief and loss that follows a major terrorism event. On 15 March 2009, the attack on Al-Nur Mosque and Linwood Islamic Centre claimed the lives of 51 New Zealanders and injured 50 others. And in a few short minutes, it changed the lives of so many, just as the attack 10 years before had in Norway. This we have in common. And we have more in common. There are direct connections between the Christchurch attacks and those in Norway. And there are clear parallels in the distorted, hateful narratives advanced by each attacker. The Christchurch attacker cited the Norway attacks and manifesto in his own efforts. Where the Christchurch attack differed from that in Norway is that the methods had been updated for the internet age. In the 8 years between the two attacks, the internet had changed significantly, as had its use by terrorist and violent extremist groups. Social media platforms had developed hugely, establishing a deep influence in the daily lives of massive numbers of people. Our reliance on a range of online service providers for news and information had also grown since 2011. So too, terrorists and violent extremists from a wide range of backgrounds and political or ideological persuasions have developed and grown their use of the internet. The internet as a force for good, something that we strongly believe in here in New Zealand, had been abused for hateful purposes. Online activity by the likes of Daesh in the middle of the last decade is the object lesson, mimicked by others. The Christchurch attacks were designed precisely for this environment, with the use of live stream to maximize the impact of the attacks, calculated to weaponize the internet, to spread a message of hate as far as possible, and to amplify the harm caused not just to the direct victims of the attacks, but to those most closely connected to the victims, and to all exposed to the content, wittingly, or as for most who saw it as it appeared in their social media feeds unbidden on autoplay. In that effort, the attacker and his fellow travellers, those who distributed the content, quite deliberately exploited vulnerabilities in the systems used by online service providers to prevent harm online. And so too, the effort eluded the best efforts of government and civil society to mitigate that harm. The online impact of the Christchurch attack was like nothing we'd seen before, such that counterparts in the technology industry now describe it as an inflection point in our understanding of the problem of terrorist and violent extremist content online. It's also an inflection point in our determination to do something about that problem. 4,000 people viewed the live stream before it was removed, and in that first weekend after the attack, around 800 distinct copies of the attack video were generated, with the changes largely intended to evade the detection systems of online service providers. Much of this, sadly, was a deliberate effort by sympathisers of the attacker. For the first 24 hours, the Christchurch video was uploaded onto YouTube roughly once a second. Facebook took down 1.5 million copies of the video in the first 48 hours after it was live streamed, a quite exceptional effort required to do so. Much of that was automated, but around 300,000 copies had to be manually removed. Facebook's reporting indicates it had to deal with about another 3 million copies of the video over the subsequent quarter. In sum, an online event, sadly, the likes of which the world had not seen before. Given the harm it caused, it demanded a similarly unprecedented response. As we thought through how we might respond, we were determined not to buy into or amplify the message of fear and division the Christchurch attacker sought to spread. And we've heard a similar message from earlier speakers, that our real strength is the values that we bring to this discussion, both for Norway and New Zealand. And like Norway, we were looking for a way to respond to an unprecedented situation, drawing on those values. In New Zealand, that included the concept of manakitanga, or solidarity and generosity of spirit. It included a need for New Zealand's communities to come together in support of each other. The subsequent outpouring of solidarity across New Zealand and from friends around the world, including Norway, was something we took as inspiration for our work on the online aspects of this issue. The Christchurch call arose from conversations with many partners. New Zealand officials worked closely with colleagues in Norway as we sought to understand what had unfolded and how we might respond, and how we might draw on exemplary response that we'd seen in Norway. We remain deeply grateful to our counterparts in Oslo and elsewhere in Norway for their generosity of time and their wise counsel. We engage closely with counterparts elsewhere, other governments represented at this conference, such as the UK, the EU and US, with counterparts in France, Germany, Canada and Australia. We work with online service providers, with Amazon, Dailymotion, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Quant, Twitter, as we sought to understand solutions. And we connected with civil society in New Zealand and around the world. New Zealand resolved from this to develop and understand options for improvements that would make it much harder for anyone to abuse the internet we'd seen than the way we had seen in Christchurch. We did so out of a sense that Christchurch attacks required a response that achieved lasting change, and out of a sense that there was a moral imperative, a moral obligation for all of those involved to work together on solutions. As we did so, we sought to ground our work in a deep commitment to protect and uphold human rights and fundamental freedoms. We were also determined that actions taken in pursuit of solutions needed to preserve a free, open and secure internet as a force for good. And finally, we were working from and committed to an understanding that lasting and meaningful change would require governments, tech companies and civil society to work hand in hand in seeking solutions. None of us had the ability to resolve this on our own. All of us could contribute to solutions. Our work was grounded in a view that we needed a multi-stakeholder approach. And from that background, the Christchurch call was born. 2 months to the day after the attack in Christchurch, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and President Emmanuel Macron brought together heads of state and government, including Norway's Prime Minister, and leaders from the technology sector to adopt the Christchurch call. This followed intensive work by the New Zealand and French governments with stakeholders to develop the call and the commitments it contains for government and tech companies to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online. The call has 25 specific commitments that apply to governments and online providers, working individually and together. It also recognises the important role civil society plays in supporting work on the issues and commitments in the call, a role that we've sought to broaden and grow since the call was launched. At its launch in 2019, the call included 8 online service providers in 17 countries. Over the past 2 years, the Christchurch call has created a community dedicated to making progress against violent extremist and terrorist content online. That community includes Norway. It also includes Björn and Matthew and so many others in the room with us today. And today the call community numbers 55 governments, the EU, 2 multilateral bodies, 10 online service providers and an active advisory network of civil society organisations, individuals and academics. That community has made important progress on delivering on the commitments in the call. The Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism is restructured and relaunched as an independent entity with dedicated resources and a permanent staff. It has an independent advisory committee and a strong multi-stakeholder focus. Its work program covers a number of the call's key commitments, and we're looking forward to working with the GIFCT and seeing it grow into its new role. We have an active working relationship between the call and the GIFCT. Across the community, we've also seen the development of a range of improved policies and approaches to extremist content, both among online service providers and governments. And we've seen dedicated mechanisms developed for responding to viral online content following a terrorist or violent extremist attack. And yet, there remains much to be done together if we are fully to deliver on the commitments in the call. The COVID pandemic has made this much harder. That's due to the difficulty of engaging regularly in this environment. I'm sitting in my spare room at 5 o'clock in the morning, engaging with you, and absolutely delighted to be able to be in Bergen from that distance, but it would be great to be able to do this in person. It's also because the increased reliance on online systems has provided opportunities to extremist groups and individuals, the effects of which are now being felt by those online and seen by the technology companies operating platforms. So where are we now? In May this year, the Prime Minister and President Macron brought the call community together again, leaders of governments, companies and civil society, to consider progress to date and work ahead. And those leaders laid out an ambitious program of work for the future, drawing on multi-stakeholder input from the call community and led by a small secretariat based here in Wellington and in Paris. That program includes key areas of work: growing the call community, to speak with and engage a more diverse range of communities and user groups. Just as the internet is a technology that connects the whole of society, violent extremism is a problem that impacts on all of us too, marginalised groups most of all, so hearing their voices and involving them in solutions, as the preceding speaker outlined, is absolutely crucial. The work involves engaging the community to make the most of its expertise to help further the goals of the core. While governments might wish to come up with solutions to issues on the internet by themselves, experience tells us that this approach can be fraught. From the perspective of the call, a multi-stakeholder approach is crucial. It may be a little slower, but hopefully it will be more enduring. Of course, it's not enough just to get everyone in a room together or online together. We must find ways to meaningfully engage and create space for people to contribute. And we must find ways to chivvy along those who might struggle to make progress or who need support with call commitments around a free, open and secure internet or human rights and fundamental freedoms. We've committed to more work to better understand the role online environments play in radicalisation so we can more effectively disrupt and intervene. With a growing number of attacks stemming from people who found their ideological foundations in the online space, we need to better understand what the crucial factors are and what, if any, role the user journey and the algorithms that recommend content play in radicalisation. In doing so, we can better work on tools to help us all prevent that. More is also needed to improve our crisis preparedness. Members of the community have put in place important improvements to help manage the impact of viral content after a major incident or attack. But we also know that the toolkits of terrorists and violent extremists are changing rapidly, and we need to ensure we're staying ahead of those changes. We need our responses to be targeted to the presenting problem, to be timely, and to minimise harm while respecting human rights and due process protections. We also need better to understand the types of support and messaging that work best in crises and find ways to improve our collective ability to deliver on these. For us, manaakitanga is an important concept in doing so. We also have further work to do to improve transparency in the online environment, and this will require work from online service providers and governments to reach agreement on what's important for effecting change, what we all need to do to achieve this, and how we work together as we do so. We here in New Zealand and in the Call Secretariat are looking forward to working with you all as we work, take that work forward together, and we're very pleased to be part of this conference over the next today and over the next couple of days. From here, the Call provides a platform for practical measures, working across a wide range of stakeholders. It draws on the resources of government, civil society and industry. And it talks about the need to implement across a range of practical measures, and that's where conversations like the one we're in today and for the next couple of days are particularly important. Mirroring the comments just made by my Norwegian colleague, the Call seeks to do its work across commitments that cover the proximate issues, the presenting issues that we can see online, but also across root causes, the underlying drivers of radicalisation. It's not enough simply to treat this solely as an internet problem. What happens offline manifests online and again has offline effects. The Call also seeks to do that in a framework that protects and upholds human rights and the free, open and secure internet. And that means conversations like this one are critical to try and find ways through what is a very, very complex environment. More effective action and ongoing resourcing will be key to achieving the goals of the Call, as will a process of ongoing confidence building across divergent constituencies working in a community. Against that background, it's heartening to hear the commitment and determination from those who've spoken today, and I'm sure that will be reflected in conversations over the next 2 days. In closing, and as I've been asked to offer some New Zealand reflections on the Christchurch Call, I would offer as the following. First, we can acknowledge real progress, both since what happened in Utoya, but also what happened in Christchurch under the Call. We also have quite some way to go. There remains much to do to make both the internet and the offline environment a safer place for all of our citizens. This work can sometimes feel very, very hard, and that's because it actually is. The issues are complicated and difficult to manage, but they do need determination and care. In all of this, as a reflection on the Call work, it's critical to keep a clear-eyed view of our shared objectives, the values that hold us together. Those are what will help us deliver good, positive outcomes and the commitments in the Christchurch Call. It's important to focus on practical steps we can take together in a multi-stakeholder framework. It's not enough just to talk or to get together in conferences. We actually have to affect change, and that may require small practical steps or large ones that help us work out what works and what doesn't. And it's important to remain ambitious about progress. The internet is an extraordinary development. That's one we want to make sure operates for the benefit of all our citizens, not something that can be abused by terrorists and violent extremists. But above all of that, it's actually important, and in New Zealand a key issue, to keep sight of why this work is necessary. He aha te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people. It is people. It is people. A whakatoki from New Zealand, from Māori people, that profoundly illustrates why we're doing this work. The attacks in Christchurch and Utoya demonstrate that this is about our people, about keeping them safe, about preserving our values. As more and more of the world we live in is digitised, we have an ongoing task in finding ways to uphold our values and principles, to protect our people, to create environments where manaakitanga and related values are present and can be enjoyed confidently and free from fear. I'm confident the Call community that we're building and the community that we're seeing in Bergen today can provide many of the answers to this issue. Once more, thank you to the organisers. We look forward to contributing to a successful conference and to working with you to understand how the Call can help with our shared work. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Joining us here in Bergen. Thank you so much for sharing your reflections on the Christchurch call. Thank you especially for stressing the importance of limiting terrorist access to the internet. And that leads me on to our program tomorrow. Thank you everybody who have joined us online. I hope you'll be joining us again tomorrow at 9 o'clock, where the focus will be on the tech companies. Thank you very much.